Yeah.
Resume the hearing. Thank you. We're up to day 7. Mr. Spargo.
The opportunity to present today. My name is Spargo. I have a minute presentation to just make sure I do stay within time. If I may, just by way of introduction, if there's one takeaway from my presentation, I could leave this even in terms of section 2. I think there's some assessment work that came across the fence, as it were, from central government's decision making around medium density intensification, which in my view has flaws, sort of a rotten apple if you like. I believe that rotten apple is sitting in your section 32 barrel at the moment. So, and what I mean by that is that there was work around cost benefit assessment, which basically concluded there were going to be no negative social effects from this, and in this case in Wellington. The PricewaterhouseCoopers Sense Partners work, there's no social impacts, but it assumes that property prices can never go down. So we haven't tested a scenario where actually, as we have it, property markets have gone worse. And I think there will be winners and losers of the scenario, which over the next few years will be of some scale. The Reserve Bank of New Zealand is predicting, hoping that the New Zealand property market will go out about this time next year. There are other commentators hoping it'll be sooner, but the Reserve Bank, I think, would be a good litmus test. So, material in my presentation, the numbers here and now, in my view, could be a lot worse in a year's time. And in terms of decision making around intensification, I believe your decision making has an opportunity to ameliorate or lessen the scale of some of that harm that I. So with that, if I might have the presentation run.
Please proceed. Bear in mind that we've had the presentation, we've all read it, we've listened to your dulcet tones on your video call.
I wouldn't say I want to have it as my day job, but I think if you don't mind having it played, could be helpful just to have on the record, and so just to.
Well, yes, like certainly I listened. It was helpful. Thank you.
Should just play on it.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Graham Spargo, and my submission 211 is a Section 32 submission. My focus is on ensuring commissioners are receiving meaningful and well-considered evidence and information regarding particularly urban intensification choices. I'm encouraging commissioners to focus on what good faith looks like in terms of enabling both current and future residents to meet their social and economic needs. And I have concerns at the moment that we're not at a point of having confidence on this.
There is actually meant to be some text or some more narrative at that point.
You might have to press it page by page.
What I could do is just actually speak to that. As you say, you've received it.
Yes. Why don't you do that? Might be easier than organising the IT.
Okay, the point with this slide was that generally the Section 42A report has rejected the suggestions that the intensification provisions need change in any particularly material way that I can observe from reading it. I do note in Section 42A there is a section though that talks to the fact that the officer is included around the medium density residential in particular, that it isn't seen by that person as a meaningful coordinator considered as envisaged by council's policy. And by that, the proposed district plan has the section, which I'm sure you're all well aware of. The particular piece I would window in on.
Mr. Spargo, you might not have your microphone turned on. Green button, is it?
Thank you. So to the extent one of the outcomes that council is seeking is actually enabling social, cultural and well-being needs of both current and future residents to be addressed, there's a live question there which I don't feel we have the full answer to. I know as commissioners you're well versed and well aware of what the RMA requires of you, and likewise that, as I understand your role, your commissioner group is delegated by council via the Local Government Act, and the Local Government Act has at its core this idea of actually ensuring that in delivering things around legislative decision making that the social, economic and cultural well-being of people and communities is included. Sorry, there's also some timing still running in the background, so if it jumps ahead, just bear with me. So my premise to you is that effectively two wrongs don't make a right. I fully accept there is a housing supply and affordability crisis in New Zealand, and for that matter there are problems here in Wellington. I don't, however, believe that the density lever being pulled of effectively density everywhere is the right solution, and more to the point I believe that could actually be going to create as much harm as good. Which essentially is at the bottom of that slide. And perhaps if commissioners did get the chance to actually in their own time hear the narrative goes with this. In terms of evidencing this harm I'm referring to, in recent weeks CoreLogic has published some material which basically identifies that right here and now there's about 120 households in Wellington that are now at zero equity in terms of having bought in the last year or so. Within that, you might anticipate about a quarter to a third are actually first home buyers. So there are some people in the community at the moment that are, while they keep their jobs, it's fine, but if not, on paper at least, they're bankrupt. So do we want to have policies that actually potentially make that worse? I come back to this shortly in my presentation. There's an element of windowing out in terms of central government looking at this matter of housing affordability or unaffordability. And my point with this is that this pattern has happened time and time before around the world. New Zealand, unfortunately, is in this place at the moment with other countries like Canada and Australia and Sweden, I think it is. But it's back in the 2007s, 8s, it was 4 different countries: Denmark, South Africa, Spain, and Ireland. And going back another decade, there were 4 different countries where what people earned and what houses cost was out of whack, if you like, unaffordable. The point being the responses were quite different, and in Denmark they didn't really change anything very much, and over time how incomes and property prices came back into sequence and affordability got more back into line, which is what this graph shows. Ireland, which actually had flooded their property market with development rights about the time the 2008 GFC, their market actually, it was essentially, they, in my view, supercharged a property price decline, and that actually, in my view, hurt a number of people in the community significantly. And that's the blue line. That's effectively, there was clear evidence that we were up at those levels where you might expect a turn, and in my view, that has occurred. And so what I'm showing there is in previous decades where this unaffordability question has been experienced, but different countries have responded differently, and I see risk in what New Zealand is doing. Which brings me to the medium density residential standards and the evaluation work that was done at the central government level. And I appreciate you as commissioners maybe going, look, this has been thrown over the fence from central government, we have no choice. I just would suggest or encourage that I think there are some big question marks about what was done in that legislation being brought to life that will play out into the decision making you're making. And as examples of that, there's a departmental disclosure statement that came with the bill. There are elements of that which I'm
frankly staggered weren't covered off. And one of them is about this potential for any group or persons to suffer substantial unavoidable loss of income or wealth through this legislation. And the government departmental disclosure statement says, no, we didn't look at that. They then point to the cost benefit assessment work. And as I said in my introduction, reliance on the Pricewaterhouse Sense Partners work, which assumes property prices will only go up, has a big risk with it, or more than a risk. It's factually, methodologically lacking. So to the extent they've not looked at those impacts, there's other elements which you can read in your own time. This is an extract from the Sense Partners PwC work, and the extent of assessment of social impacts is as detailed as saying in that line that I've highlighted, they've identified no social downside of this, which it's taken me quite a long time to understand how they got to that position. And essentially it's that if property prices are going up, and as the report says in section 3.2.2, I think it is, about transfers, that essentially over time, you will have transfers from current residents to future residents, and it's a seamless, painless, no losers process. In my view, that doesn't hold when you have a situation of a property market decline. Also, this work didn't include the fact that government was pulling other levers. So they changed tax settings, bright line tests, other mechanisms which you layer on top of the impacts of this work. And that's before you get to the fact of interest rates changing. So all the things I'm sure you're well aware of. So I think there are some big gaps in that piece of work. And if you carry that across into your section 32, which I perceive has occurred, that's problematic. There's some recent work that's come out in the last year, and the Reserve Bank of New Zealand basically identifying that supply was not the key factor causing issues in terms of this unaffordability. And so again, there's some material there which I encourage you to have a look at, where their own work, and that of also Westpac Bank is basically saying it was ultra low interest rates falling at rates higher than anywhere else in the world, coupled with strong inward migration, which have all led to a bubble in property or an acceleration of property prices. Which brings me to looking at the section 42A work and your section 32A work that you're relying on. It's just really ensuring you've got the best information available to you. On what's showing is actually a graphic of what the 42A report uses to justify saying, look, we don't really need to change the density provisions, which sort of shows the situation around what's been going on in the region around consents. This is the same graph taken from last week that I've pulled through, and that paints quite a different picture if you look at where the statistics are going. So I think having that most up-to-date information available to you, I think is important. The next slide really is the same thing. This is around sales prices. On the right is actually from a week ago, what actually is going on in terms of information that I think should be helping you form a view of what the right answer is around these policies. And last but not least is Statistics New Zealand, their 2022 provisional statistics at the bottom there. That's Wellington City. A lot of the assessment work has been predicated on we will have just a continuing upward growth pattern. Wellington's in reverse gear at the moment. So those figures, there was actually population loss out of Wellington City as the Statistics New Zealand provisional figures show. So again, I would just encourage you bringing that into your decision making as to what the right response is as it comes to how densification policy might drive or inform or hasten some of these impacts that I'm talking about. So there's a saying that history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme. And this is again from some Economist magazine and OECD statistics. The right-hand side of that is where we are currently. The left-hand side is what I showed you previously around Denmark. They didn't change their densification policies in the way that's happening in New Zealand. Their unaffordability issue corrected in a way that I feel I'd be more comfortable with as not flooding the market with development rights. Contrast that with Ireland, and that's what happened to Ireland in the same time period. So if you pick up the Denmark sort of version of events, it could look like that. Still some pain, still some difficulties. But if you take the Ireland version And my point earlier about the Reserve Bank saying the New Zealand property market probably won't bottom out, or they hope it won't be any later than first quarter next year. What does that mean in terms of people affected? Which brings me to my last two slides. And I appreciate that, commissioners have got some wicked problems that you're trying to reconcile. And so at the top of the screen there is some extracts from the proposed district plan, which is acknowledging that, yes, look, there's some severe housing deprivation issues. There's a number of challenges that you're trying through this district plan to help fix. My point is, in trying to, the two wrongs don't make a right conclusion. Do we at the moment have good information to understand the trade-offs? And at the moment, well, as of a month ago, CoreLogic saying was 120 households are at zero equity. There will be a whole lot of others, hundreds I would suspect, that will actually be below bank thresholds for their deposits. Those people are likely being pursued by the banks to say you need to top up to get you where we need you to. There will be financial stress and strain from that. It's bad enough as it is, but if in a year's time this pattern is continuing, as all the evidence appears to suggest it will, do we understand how that's going to be impacting? And that's in my written submission to you about some assessment of incidents of impacts in communities. So I'm trying to right one wrong, making sure we don't perpetuate another one. Which brings me back to my point about good Section 32 analysis, good information for you as commissioners, and how that plays into what's been identified as, the overarching outcomes you're trying to achieve, and one of them being about the social, cultural and economic well-being of current and future residents. So thank you for listening, and I'm open and happy to take questions at that point.
Mr. Spargo, I think that what you're highlighting is effectively internal inconsistencies within the NPSUD, because the objective in CCO2 is derived directly from the NPSUD, as are the directions for mandatory and Supreme Court tells us that when you have inconsistent directions from an NPSUD, you look for the most directive, and clearly the most directive is in policy 3C, which says we must allow MDRZ across the city unless there's qualifying matter. We must provide for higher density within walkable catchments of the central city, other metropolitan centres and rapid transit centres. So how do we comply with our legal obligations and while still addressing the issues that you've raised?
I think there's a spectrum of responses depending on how convinced you are by the information that I and others are sharing with you in this process. At one end of the spectrum, I think there is some, if you like, new information or different information that the assumptions that underpinned the enactment of that legislation are, in my view, lacking or flawed. So that's one end of the spectrum, that you go back to central government and say, actually, you made your decisions on assumptions that property prices would only ever go up. And actually there's some clear evidence that's not the case. And we believe we can demonstrate that there will be parts of our communities that will be significantly negatively impacted by continuation of this. So that's one end of the spectrum. The other is to then say, okay, if you have to have in your zoning provisions demonstrated compliance with this new legislation, are there other levers you could pull that will ameliorate some of this? And you're intelligent, clever, well-experienced people around looking at, is there something that could be done in terms of other levers in your in the toolbox for council around infrastructure funding, not enabling development to go into certain areas unless certain prerequisites are met. So some creative thinking around how, on one hand, you could be compliant with this directive, but on the other, actually, in my view, implement what I would see as good planning practice. There's a whole body of, and that's a key point, I'm not anti-density. I think there is a need for it, but what is being proposed at the moment is a long way from what I would professionally be comfortable to support. So I appreciate the dilemma that commissioners are in, but other councils around the country are, if you like, pushing back on this. And in your recommendations to council in due course, I would suggest or encourage some thought as to what would pushback look like in this circumstance.
And the other question I have is that you said we're delegated our powers under the Local Government Act. I'm not sure that's right. I think we're delegated our powers under the RMA. Why do you?
Well, to the extent that my understanding of that everything flows from council exists under the Local Government Act, that in terms of then other legislation that it enacts, there's a flow through from the Local Government Act into the RMA. And yes, absolutely, there's particular provisions of RMA that give you your powers, but there is a connection back to the purpose of the Local Government Act as I understand the legislation. But I'd obviously defer to advice you'll be getting on that.
Any other questions, David?
Good morning, Mr. Spargo. I just want to follow up on your answer to the first question to the chair regarding other levers that might be used to push back on some of the enabling provisions of the MPSUD. And strikes me that the MPSUD does cover that in two senses. One, through the application of qualifying matters, and secondly through a discretion on calculation of walkable catchments from matters such as rapid transport stops, centres, that sort of thing. My question is twofold. Firstly, do you have knowledge of those two matters of discretion that panels have? And secondly, if you do, are you saying that the council hasn't applied those appropriately in this instance?
I'm aware of the considerations that you're being asked to put things through the lens of, so around the qualifying matters and the walkable catchments. Look, I think my point is more fundamental of the evidential base that informed this legislation, I think, will cause harm in our communities. And effectively, as commissioners, I'm in lots of ways seeing you as the last line of defence for what otherwise is an egregious outcome. That this is actually going to hurt people. There's some people I work with, late 20s, early 30s, have worked very hard. It's taken them several years to save up 100,000, 150,000 deposit. And at the moment, they're looking at fixed rate mortgages coming off over the course of this year, going from 3% to 6%. They've got close to zero equity in their properties. These people are highly stressed. This is a real thing, and I appreciate the legislation is pointing in one direction. I can only ask that you window out, check on the foundations for how you've been asked to do what you're being asked to do. And as I've tried to explain, I think there is a hole in the logic of how we've got to this point, which is of such significance that backing right out and saying we need to do something differently here. And in my previous answer, I've tried to give you a sense of, on that spectrum of fight back, as it were, through to can you come up with some creative way to stage or sequence or not have play out development everywhere.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Will you be presenting in subsequent hearing streams to take
No.
this matter further? No.
I've put my focus into this particular high level issue and haven't submitted in other parts of the plan.
Yes. I do have one final question. I mean, one of the focuses of this hearing is on the strategic objectives, and you've drawn our attention to one objective, CC02, dealing with social, cultural and economical well-being of current and future. A couple of lines down there, there's another objective about urban intensification being delivered in appropriate locations and in a manner that meets the needs of current and future. Presumably you would support that objective.
Yes, I think to the extent that principles of walkable catchments, access to amenities, transport, there's a body of work that I know Wellington City Council has done, and essentially this new legislation, as I understand it, kind of gazumped it. So there's a foundational understanding of how you might do a more sensible, sequenced approach to managing urban change, but the settings at the moment, in my view, aren't those.
Yeah. Do you think the word, I mean, wording, you're a planner, words are important. Do you think the term appropriate locations is a nod to the qualifying matters and the discretions associated with walkable catchments?
Well, I think it's the logic of how you got to the point of what appropriate matters are. Look, it should
appropriate locations.
Sorry,
appropriate
location. I mean, at the moment, those qualifying matters are very limited around hazards, and there's, well, in fact, council's just signed out a development I'm aware of in a high risk inundation and tsunami zone, and doesn't seem to have seen a problem with that. So I'm not quite sure how that's actually going to work.
Is that under the MDRS rules or under the operative plan?
Well, it was ostensibly under the operative plan, but with reference to the MDRS. So, sorry, that's some detail probably isn't helpful to this discussion, other than.
I guess what I'm asking is, do you take some encouragement from that high level strategic objective that it's not urban intensification just solely for the sake of an urban intensification? It's got to be delivered in an appropriate manner. And
well, I think that's the nub of this. What actually is an appropriate manner and appropriate locations? And as things stand, I'm not convinced we're going to have that outcome.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners?
I'm just conscious of time, Chair, that was all. You mentioned some councils are pushing back. These other tier 1 councils who are in the same sort of state we're at the moment, you're referring to Christchurch.
Oh, well, Christchurch obviously has been one that's been in the media. I'm aware that there's some other discussions happening around the country that there are concerns as to what this will mean as it plays out.
Sure, but the other councils, the other tier 1 councils are going through the ISBP processes. Either about to commence that in terms of hearings or just started. So I just wondered how you know that there is this pushback. Obviously, there's the well publicised Christchurch issue that there was immediately before the local body elections. But I just wondered where you got your pushback from and what evidence you have of that.
Well, my understanding is that there is some technical advice being sought that's actually looking to inform the decision makers on those processes as to getting you to a point of what appropriate locations might look like.
Okay.
I think that's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Spargo. We appreciate
Thank you.
very informative presentation.
Thanks.
Mr. Murcott, welcome back.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, I'm Richard Murcott, a resident of Thorndon. My submissions relate to parts of inner residential Thorndon situated southeast of the motorway. I support submissions of the Thorndon Residents Association, Live Wellington, Historic Places Wellington, and others whom I identified in the further submissions that I made. I'm just waiting for the presentation to arrive. I hope you have a handout in front of you. I didn't have this material about. Thank you very much. And I was prompted by a question that was put to the Residents Association on Monday. It's an internal. It's just some extracts from an internal report to Wellington City Council in August 2010. And what caught my eye was that was based upon further work that had been done by Boffa Miskell going back to 2008. The slide I chose here is the current PDP, and it's highlighting for you the limited character precincts that have been chosen. And what I want to highlight is the dearth of character precincts on the south side of the motorway, or for that matter, the application of any qualifying matters in my area of the suburb. In 2008, experts reported for the council where areas, heritage areas, all worthy of being under the protection of heritage overlay perhaps, were, and you know, within the frameworks that were allowed at the time. That work identified where most of our historic built heritage and built form exists, and worthy of preservation. At a minimum, that work should have been a foundation for, or a starting point for getting the character precinct areas identified on the south side of the motorway, using the contemporary methods or levers that are possible, such as the qualifying matters, of which character is one. It's also my view that the boundaries of the character precincts need to capture not just the pristine heritage residents that we have in these streets, but also consider the collective effects that spring from the overall look and feeling of the character effect in the streetscape, which is definitely worth preservation and may include post-1930 dwellings. Their architecture might be a little bit different, but the consistent low form and so on, and how they've been developed, are now a critical part of the scene. And they don't detract from it. They certainly don't destroy it, like a hodgepodge of exclusive high-rises would springing up from any laissez-faire development approach. The Thornton rests at the gateway of the city. I think the Residents Association made that point, and through which many lifelines exist. And the illustration I'm using here, when you're looking at it, I invite you to think about the extent, look at the gradient of the train we're next to, look at or think about where the streams flow, think about the landslide risk, the area of non-permeable surfaces. The temporal things that you can't see, the temporal things are like things that we don't really censor with our own human senses, like the geodetic science is telling us that the bathtub on the left is rising. It also tells us that the land on the right is sinking. In fact, just I observe that as a consequence across New Zealand with these dynamics, some parts of New Zealand will experience double the global rate of sea level rise. And in the distance, you're looking straight down the barrel of the rupture zone of the fault line to the right of Tinakuri Road in that image, and it kinks a little bit and goes between the cement silos and right through the ferry terminal. And by the way, of course, that's a tsunami area, and we notice that the wharf is covered with lots of timber. The three other points that I wanted to just raise from a sort of a strategic directions point of view are listed there. And the point that I'd like to make, I firmly believe that the greenest buildings are our remaining resilient timber-built character houses. Consigning more to demolition, waste and landfills and replacing them with concrete, glass and steel is merely a recipe for massively increasing carbon emissions. From my submission, I went to some detail about this aspects of this report. I just want to highlight quickly things like it claims that inner city Wellington, the inner city suburbs, face an overall demand for about 3,140 dwellings over the next 30 years and can accommodate 3,509 under the settings of the current plan, giving a surplus of 369 dwellings. I think this is on page 54. That's fascinating. In this district, the need for or the desirability of encouraging more enabling via the current PDP, it's not apparent to me. My view is be very, very careful, Wellington City Council, what you wish for in this particular location. Also, related to housing affordability, I look at where the costs accrue to create dwellings, let alone maintain them. And I ponder these things, and I absolutely struggle to see how the PDP can significantly influence, if at all, any strategy to make housing affordable. And then I get to the application of qualifying matters at Wellington City Council's discretion. It's got a lot of discretion to do this, but I'm claiming they've not applied them well, that discretion very well, and particularly in terms of vulnerabilities. Wellington City Council can apply character precincts and other qualifying matters to the southeastern side of the special inner residential suburb, and the PDP should do this. Our character and our heritage is celebrated even internationally for the city, its look and feel. I do not agree that there's a compelling necessity to upzone residential Thorndon in these areas, given I've just seen what I've read and what I've just shared with you earlier. I believe it would be prudent to temper this by taking full account of the inherent complexities and risks in this area and the special part Thorndon plays culturally and in its role at the gateway of the city. Also, on nature's timeline, looking at these historic maps, we've not been here long, and we need to apply our improving knowledge of natural history. We know a little bit about how things were before. We know a lot more about what's going on in the geology. We significantly changed the land in the last 100 or so years, and it would be prudent to ensure our memory is intact and carefully apply this knowledge. Again, think about how qualifying matters could be used. And on to other levers, because I feel we need to acknowledge that some of the limitations of the plan's sphere of influence. Are there other levers for Wellington City Council to pull or instruments to use? And maybe just reading things like this, which in the media, some outcomes desired might be achieved faster and more effectively by changing the current rating system, perhaps, therefore where there might be inherent disincentives. The current rating system seems to discourage development in parts of the city, perhaps where it might be desirable to encourage better development and better land use. I mean, we're very much aware of the empty lots, and they're often just car parks or land obviously being considerably underutilised. May I ask, therefore, through the Chair, Mr. Chair, or through the hearing panel, whether the Council has other, perhaps more effective instruments than the PDP to address the matter of underutilisation. And in summary, New Zealand's oldest suburbs are a charming place, residential place. The operative district plan has helped create and maintain this by providing a sense of certainty for homeowners who contribute by investing in the character of their houses and the livability of this place. It's low rise, but note it's relatively densely populated place. And that's also part of the heritage, it's part of the character and the charm. Wellington's inner residential areas are typically twice or more densely populated than equivalent inner city residential areas in Auckland. The proposed district plan would seriously erode and jeopardise a lot of things on the southeast side of Thorndon. So why not reverse the unnecessary land grab by the central city zone, which is the purple area on the first map I showed you at the beginning of this presentation, and lock into the plan qualifying matters to address the vulnerabilities of this place. Basically, the concern is about, my concern is about intensification in inappropriate locations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murcott. My colleagues, if they have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Murcott. You obviously, when you're referring to the southeast Thorndon, you're talking about Hobson Street and the environs, that particular area there.
Not just Hobson Street, no. On the map, the reason I gave you the handout was that, you know, there are three distinct middle areas. Hobson Street is the area I live in, but I'm very familiar with the whole suburb.
Yeah. So you're talking about the Hawkstone area and around that be
Selwyn Terrace, Portland Crescent are the other two precincts.
Yeah. Now, in terms of your relief, what you actually want us as a decision to make here?
Well, we believe that you might be able to recommend the council have a rethink about their application of qualifying matters. They're only using one, and that's on character. Well, and I'm claiming they haven't used that extensively enough.
So the Hobson Street area is it's high density residential, is looking at a 21-metre height limit in the proposed plan. Are you wanting that reduced? Or
well, in order to make, my understanding, I might be wrong, but my understanding is for qualifying matters like character precinct to apply, it would need to be a medium density area zone. And the precincts of Selwyn and Portland would need to be pulled back out of the central city zone. I mean, and also made medium residential zone. Because unless you can have character precincts sitting in those other zonings, but it's inconsistent with the rest of our community, the rest of our suburb.
Well, I can certainly appreciate what you're saying about the Hobson Street area, because it is actually, it's much bigger than the other two. But if you're talking about Portland Crescent, it is contextually out of context with what's around the outside of it, isn't it?
Well, that's why it's even more special, because if you're driving along Tinakuri Road and you look across this chasm that man made, what do you see on the other side? You see examples of the rest of Thorndon residential character, which is giving you that sort of coherence between, you know, the houses that are further up Tinakuri Road with the houses that are opposite, particularly the ones in Selwyn Terrace. They're a little bit more elevated and quite obvious. But then again, you've got the same sort of thing with flood zone problems and stuff. You come down to the Portland. The Selwyn Terrace isn't so concerned about flooding; they're elevated. But Portland and Hobson Crescent definitely are flood zone material, according to the district plan map, which is clearly out of date because we're walking into uncharted waters in terms of.
Yeah, well, obviously you'll be appearing at future hearing streams. You're going to be at residential, presumably.
Yeah, the Residents Association will, and I'm hoping to have time to back up my submissions too.
And you're going to be making submissions on natural hazards in relation to overlays.
Well, I think my submissions, in my written submissions, covered those things and identified the hazards. On the slides that you can, and the Residents Association site listed the types of hazards that exist in the area that could in fact impact decisions about where you build and what you build, given what we know and have experienced of flooding of residents that have been suffered serious damage through surface flooding.
Okay.
With today's, you know, the weather of the past few decades, not what's coming.
We're at the strategic directions level,
yeah,
and we haven't really talked about strategic directions. You've been reasonably geographically focused, and they will be considered in more detail at future hearings.
Yes, I felt that the strategic issue here was the application of the qualifying matters not being done extensively enough, and then missing some other ones that to us seem to be applicable in our particular district. It's just different to all the other districts. That, when I say district, I mean Wellington City. Wellington City's got so many characteristics that are so different from our other larger urban areas in New Zealand.
Okay, thank you.
Just clarify for me. I was busy writing. You talked about the demand in the areas not for 6 stories. It's for 2 to 3 story townhouses. What was that
That was really
What was that about, or where did you get those?
out of that report. I go back to this
Yes.
document here.
Yep.
It's yeah, some interesting sort of stuff conflicting with what's been claimed in other areas. So maybe it's just inconsistencies. I'm not sure.
That was specific to the area.
Yeah, well, there's they talk about the inner city suburbs, and you know, we've observed this over the last 30 years, how intensification, infill and stuff has occurred in Thorndon, and we still have room for it, and particularly in Thorndon Quay, for example. And we recognise that, and there are some other enclaves which are not character areas where that sort of thing can happen. And we have the legacy of planning decisions from the 60s. You can see the high rises and where they are. One or two of them a little close to the rupture zone, I have to say, but there we go.
Yeah.
Can I ask, following up from that question from Commissioner Bray, if the areas you've highlighted were just kept residential of some sort, by default, by default, they would become automatically subject to the so-called 3x3 permitted activity rules. You know, 3 units on one site, 3-story site. But that's not what you're seeking for these areas either.
No, character precinct is what we're seeking.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So you don't see any form of townhouse development as being appropriate in these areas?
Well, we've already got them. We've already got them in some areas under the existing operative district plan. They allowed architecture that would kind of not detract too much from the older architecture, the pre-1930s and so on. You know, it's part of the story of building a place and building a community. Of course, we've got a, you know, very old historic buildings all the way through to some remarkably modern architecture, residential, low rise, one level, not even two sort of things. It also, that diversity makes it quite a, you know, an interesting place if it's planned well, planned to sort of fit in and respect all those things. But if suddenly you have major scale change happening, like we've witnessed with historically, that's a big distractor.
You don't want the story to finish today. You think there's room for the story to continue?
There's the planned approach. Isn't this about a plan, not a let anything happen anywhere? So it doesn't. The qualifying matters don't stop things happening. They just simply give, as I understand it, if a character area was established, it just allows the community to be engaged again through perhaps a resource consent process or something. I mean, under the current operative district plan, we've lost character buildings, character residences. It doesn't stop them from being demolished, but you know, there might be just a higher threshold for that happening. But so a planned approach and bring back some certainty for the community, for property owners, for people, you know, making huge investments as you have to today to buy a house and to maintain it. That's what I'm telling what I feel as an owner of a residence.
Thank you.
Mr. Murcott, I would assume that you will be presenting in stream 3.
Well,
when we talk about heritage.
Sorry,
when we talk about heritage and character.
I'm not sure. I was thinking stream 2, and maybe because we've got this central city zone thing, that's stream 4, isn't it? I wasn't sure whether I had additional points to.
Sorry, stream 2. That was my mistake. The character is in stream 2.
Yeah, stream 2. Yeah. Well, I know that the Residents Association will be, of which I'm a member, and I suspect I'll probably it's a timing thing.
Then let me ask you one question. You were saying that the greenest buildings are the character houses, the timber buildings.
Well, I look at it this way. Our ancestors cut down a lot of fantastic native forest. And they built really interesting, robust houses. We know they're robust and they're very well built because they're still there and they're, 120 years old or whatever, and very livable and very delightful. Oh, you only see the outside. Imagine what the inside of some of them look like. And that's part of, why they're there. Now that's a lot of carbon captured there.
Yeah.
And then you go to the trouble to take these very highly valued buildings, demolish them and replace them with the very expensive process of making cement and concrete and all the other things that go in it. Look, where's the carbon accounting in that? I don't understand. Just intuitively, it says to me, this doesn't quite add up. And besides, why do we want to take away houses when we need to actually get more and more houses?
Yeah.
And when we do build more and more houses too, just another personal view, these houses apparently we need these houses to not only be places where we live, but now we've got this additional challenge. They've got to be places where we work, remote work and so on. And so you need, I wouldn't personally like to be constrained to an 85 square metre apartment where I've got to both live and work. So we need houses or buildings that have that kind of.
Yes, I understand that.
Yeah.
My question was more like, we have had submitters telling us that to keep the houses that we have, as you just emphasized, is actually a contribution to reduce the carbon footprint. But we have other submitters that say these houses don't have double glazing, they are not insulated, they are actually wasters of energy. They do have their shortcomings. What's your position on that?
Well, so the house I'm living in doesn't have double glazing. It has gas supply for a gas heater. We haven't even got a electric heating system. It is it's, I think, warmer than it might have been, just the way it's been decorated and carpeted and so on.
Do you see that there is some value in these submitters saying that the buildings, it's not a clear cut, they are the best buildings in the world in terms of carbon emissions, but that they do have shortcomings, and that there are buildings that are not even livable because they are so cold and damp? And
most of the houses, the quality character houses that I'm talking about are definitely livable, and I think there's some myths running around. There's always in any community there are people who don't maintain their properties properly or whatever, and they might not be livable. And I acknowledge that, but the houses we're talking about are very livable, and and even with modern things like using solar power and stuff like that, there are additional ways of making our properties warmer and so on. And also, with climate change, sometimes wonder we might be the Mediterranean at the end of the North Island, a warmer place anyway. I'm not sure.
okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Murcott. See you. Okay. Okay, be quick.
I will be quick, but I want to say something I think is quite important, Mr. Murcott, and certainly understand your thesis that, in your view, the qualifying matters have not been applied well in Thorndon. And you say, particularly in relation to character and heritage, but also vulnerability. And I want to draw a distinction between character and heritage in terms of what I'm about to say. It's important that you realise that, particularly in relation to character, even though it may qualify as a qualifying matter, there is a process that's set out in the MPSUD that requires an assessment of how that character relates to each site making up an area. So it's quite a forensic type analysis that's required. I'm sure you appreciate that. My question to you is, Are you suggesting that the Boffa-Miskell report represents that forensic analysis? And if so, which, I mean, there's been serious different iterations of that report. I'm not even sure if the report's in front of us as a panel yet.
Well, the version of the report that I saw, I focused just on my street, my area. They went around the properties, as you say, carefully. I found errors in some of their material through my knowledge, and I figured that it was a little bit the area that they did define a character area in my vicinity, which the council hasn't recognised in the PDP. My personal view was the boundary of that area was a bit constrained, that Boffa-Miskell had been a little bit missing out some other obvious character aspects of the street.
Let me just very briefly put it a different way. For us to run with relief you're suggesting, and that doesn't apply solely to Thorndon, it applies to Mount Victoria also, there needs to be evidence in front of us, and we need to be able to test that evidence.
It's the reason why the Residents Association went to some effort to try and produce some kind of evidence by producing a catalogue of all the residences with photographs and so on. It's a you know, it's got lots of links there and some commentary about which ones have got recognition as heritage properties, formal as both as a local historic group as well as platinum and so on. So you can get a feeling as to what's Boffa-Miskell we're looking at.
That evidence would need to be in front of us in terms
Well, I
of
thought it
hearing
was
straight
because I submitted it and both two, I submitted it and the Residents Association submitted it. So I thought it was in front of you. I was making that assumption.
Well, I guess we'll come to that point in hearing stream 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more commissioners? Sounds like that's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Look forward to seeing you in stream 2. Sorry.
Do we have our presentations? Yes, it's just sorting it. We'll just wait until.
Chairs will be there momentarily.
You could give it to Christina. Look, kia ora koutou, commissioners. I feel that we're getting towards the end of a long haul these past 2 weeks, and as a grandmother sitting knitting at the back watching the guillotine, it's been quite an interesting process. And I thank you for all your care and seriousness with which you hear us out. You know, and it's been good to hear, you know, Mr. Osborne saying there's plenty of capacity. The population chat lease talking about lower population. Willis Bond, Dave McGuinness saying that there's plenty of flat land in Te Aro. And then, of course, Mr. Spargo just now saying that there's a danger of a crash, property crash. So, you know, you are well aware of the problem. How do you comply with the mandatory provisions, but also maximise the discretion? And Wellington has got this unique character and identity. Houses in the hills, pedestrian walkways and steps and public views. And with the walkable catchments, you know, I'm struck by the submitter the other day who said 180 years ago, a flat plan was drafted in Wellington and it had to be retrofitted, drafted in London, and it had to be retrofitted to the reality of Wellington's topography. And I've seen you grapple with that last week. Another area, in addition to walkable catchments where you have discretion, is the boundary of the CBD. And I think what we're hearing is that it's not a good idea to be expanding the boundary of the CBD. You know, we should be right-sizing that boundary, right-sizing it to the best available information. So today, so on strategic objectives, we want to talk about 4 specific proposals, and then I'll come back to qualifying matters. So we support Wellington heritage professionals who wanted a specific reference to historic heritage in capital city CC02, including historic heritage in that language. They made a second proposal to include a specific reference to livability of the city and historic heritage and sites of areas of significance to Māori. And you asked them, what is the difference between livability and well-being? And livability is suitability for human living, and it's a well-established measure for city performance. We thirdly support Roland Sapsford, who suggested deleting the 2050 net zero objective and replacing it with a more appropriate language. He proposed manage the rate, form and scale of development to reduce building and transport greenhouse gas emissions over the life of the plan. And fourthly, he proposed a new strategic objective, which we support, manage development to maintain and enhance the quality of the built environment. Now, heritage, as you know, is a plan-wide matter, and it's acknowledged in both the NPSUD and in the Enabling Housing Act. And let's just spend a moment talking about qualifying matters, which apply both to NPS mandatory upzoning, but also to the provisions of the MDRS. You can use the same qualifying matters for both aspects. We don't tend to focus on MDRS because we focus on heritage in the inner suburbs, which is subject to the NPSUD, not that, you know, we're not looking for exemptions from MDRS ourselves. So looking at the qualifying matters, and Mr. McCann, you know, rightly say that there are additional obligations under 77 LC for a site-by-site analysis, and you will see in stream 2 an enormous amount of work by local inner city suburb groups zeroing in on that site-by-site analysis for the application of 77IJ, any other matters after site-specific identification. And I would like right now to table the Botham School report, and I'll follow up with that with a copy through Jazz, because it seems that it might be useful for you to see that at this point.
That would be helpful, thanks, Ms.
I guess
people have talked about it, but no one's actually given us a copy.
Thank you. We've talked about it for 2 years. We're sort of exhausted by it, and we assume everyone has it. Our position is that identified heritage sites are protected in Schedules 1 to 3 of the plan, and they are clearly exempted under 77IG. We were not consulted about those schedules this time, and we will make our own suggestions for listings in stream 3. So there are 3 different qualifying matters that you have considerable discretion in relating to heritage. The 77IA, matters of national importance, 77IG, identified heritage sites, and 77IJ, any other matter with the site-specific characteristic analysis. So under using other matters, 77IJ, for exceptions to the mandatory upzoning for flood risk, for example, is an obvious topical option. The crux of our issue is that the characteristics identified site by site include heritage townscape, but also unidentified heritage sites. And since 1985, the Wellington District Plan has recognised the historic urban areas of the inner suburbs with certain character provisions. And the most significant, of course, is the controlled demolition rule, which has been operative since the year 2000 after Thorndon and Mount Victoria challenged the 1996 plan in the Environment Court, and Variation 14 resulted, and subsequent plan changes extended that. So there's been 20 years of protection extending to other areas, including Newtown. We support the council's character precincts proposal, but they're too small. The vast majority of Variation 14's coverage is now proposed for removal, and the new character precincts pick out quality streetscape, but they're not big enough to secure heritage. And we want to give you a particular example. So the mandatory NPSUD upzoning largely exactly covers the area of the Thomas Ward map of 1892. And we wanted to show you that because it is the earliest site-by-site analysis that we have of Wellington's built heritage. So the Thomas Ward map has been on the City Council website for years. You can find it there yourself. We've given you a link. And you can enter any address in that map, and it overlays the current satellite photographs of the city. So you can tell if the same building footprint was there in 1892 or not. So let's look at one particular example. 2 weeks ago, I discovered this house. This house is very near where we sit now, 325 The Terrace. It's down a long drive and it can't be seen from the street. It was built, I've discovered in the last 2 weeks, in 1861. It's 2 years after the Nairn Street Cottage Museum, which the council owns, and the second oldest building, St John's Church Cottage, just up the road in Willis Street. The house is in an area protected now under the operative plan by the requirement to obtain a resource consent for demolition. And that's a separate and preliminary issue from heights or height to boundary standards, which apply obviously once you've got rid of whatever's there at the moment. So the character areas in the operative plan are largely the same as in the Thomas Ward 1892 map. We're not talking about areas outside that map. 325 is not in the small proposed character precincts, and nor is it in the officer's recommended precincts. And if the demolition controls were lifted, that heritage would be at risk of loss without being identified. And almost every single building in the CBD of Wellington on that map has been demolished. From hundreds of buildings of our oldest city, only 2 cottages remain, 16 Walter Street and 56 Gusney Street. There's one house, Plymouth House, just 2 doors along here, which was moved forward. And even Antrim House, which you asked about the other day, was built in 1905, a significant time after the Thomas Ward map. So the Botham-Miskell report of 2019 was a site-by-site analysis, and we believe it was sufficient for Section 77LC purposes. In 2021, officers revisited the sites by desktop and by walking around, and the outcome was the officers' recommended area for precincts of June 2021. That map is also in the submissions. So for 20 years, the requirement for a resource consent for demolition of pre-1930s buildings in certain areas on the Thomas Ward map has been the most practical way of protecting heritage, but no systemic identification of heritage has been done in the older city suburbs. The same buildings are now 20 years older, and you can only demolish them once. By enabling demolition, the plan will result in adverse effects on finite environmental values like historic heritage. And my colleague will talk a little bit about that. Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Christina Mackay. I am an architect with 45 years, and for the last 20 years I was an academic at the School of Architecture at Victoria University. One of my areas of study was the alterations of Wellington housing and resources for caring for heritage housing in New Zealand, and presenting papers at overseas conferences in this area. So first of all, I'd just like to refer you to clause 133, which is of the strategic directions. And while heritage buildings are currently recognised in this introduction, the significant resource that we have in the city of unique timber, heritage and character, and general, I'm saying character in a general sense, not in a precinct sense, and their neighbourhoods are not recognised and values at a strategic level. And I think this needs to happen because it's so much of what we have. So why should we value these old timber houses in the inner city suburbs? Well, on the bus the last week, I overheard some first year uni students sharing their experience of what they were obviously from out of Wellington. And they talked about the old houses on the hills, the steps and the walkways. They described it as amazing. They were, it was a bit crazy, they thought, but it was wonderfully exciting. So, and what is also amazing is to consider that these houses are built of timber that was sawn 300 to maybe 1,000 or even 1,500 years ago. These native trees. And to grow a new native tree for milling would take more than 80 years. This means that these houses are incredibly precious and they are irreplaceable. Also, it is unlike the leaky homes of the last from the 1990s and around the turn of the 21st century, these 100-year-old timber houses are built of an enduring classical design proportions that go back to, well, actually ancient Greece. So, and their construction was also many centuries old in terms of how the construction evolved. So they are simply very well made and enduring. And for instance, you could say, the simple thing of having decent eaves in our climate in Wellington is just plain common sense. So they endure. I was at I was at a heritage conference at the end of last year in Auckland. And it was stated that maybe the houses that were built in the 1990s to the 20s are all a lot of those are going to need to be demolished. And here we have these older houses that are actually enduring. The cottages and the villas, they offer, as this one in Elizabeth Street, they offer a model to everybody about simple living. Before the excesses of the 20th century became the normality. So it's a bit like a reminder of a minimalist lifestyle. And that timber topology of these buildings, it's also very adaptable. At Vic, we did a study of alteration patterns in 16 villas and how they changed over time. And but they were changed for changing needs. You can put some more natural light just by putting a roof light in. And you can make more space for more people. And that happened a lot by creating space in the attics and the basements, and also as outhouses. So they were well occupied. The typology is earthquake resilient. It's light and flexible. And I think this photograph of the villas in Napier is an example of an extreme earthquake, of surviving an extreme earthquake when many other buildings were lost. And it's also sustainable, and maybe we need a little bit more evidence for you about evidence base about their sustainability characteristics. We at Vic, we have the Vales, Professor Vale, Robert and Brenda Vale, and they are world renowned experts in sustainability. At a presentation they gave last year, they would say that that the maintenance and repair of the existing housing is really the greenest option. And for our planet, and we need to use, as we've all been told, what we already have, rather than demolish buildings and they end up in landfill. And then we have to grow some more trees to make the new houses. You need the energy to cut down the trees. You need the energy to treat the timber, the pine, and of course, there's a great cost to the landscape in that industry. So in every sense, you know, I think over the next 10 years, there's going to be a huge movement for people to use what they have and to repair. So from my research and from of noticing all the movements that are going around, there seems a wonderful opportunity for Wellington City to actually celebrate its built heritage. At the moment, there's probably a large local economy that is involved in caring for these houses. But from my research, it's in nobody's mandate to provide, not brands, not the city councils, not Heritage New Zealand, to provide the resources to look after the houses well. All of these books we're looking at here, most of them are out of print. There's not even e-copies available. And yet, amongst the young, there is hints that the value of these houses and this whole industry of caring, you could say it's building craft, there's a big interest. Recently, I asked Benny, he was working in my garden. He was a builder, young builder, whether he'd prefer to live in an old house or a new house. He thought about it for quite a few moments, and then he said, he'd rather choose to live in an old house. He said because it was alive. You know, he felt that new houses were sort of dead. And he preferred working with timber, as a lot of young people I've met have mentioned. But at the moment in New Zealand, there's no traditional building craft courses. The apprenticeships don't deal with repairing houses. It's like a Cinderella sector. So there's a reason why there are houses that are not looked after, because the science and brains have got some books, but not the resources that occur in other countries. So just to conclude, I think at the end I mentioned about this is the value of these houses. So what does this mean in terms of the strategic directions? I think that to summarise, that they need this built resource that we have needs to be included in this for what it is in the strategic directions. And also, obviously, it needs to be measured against intensification. We're not against intensification, but I would suggest that a really precautionary approach should be taken to save as many of these old houses or many areas of old houses as possible, because they are so precious. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lutz, she'd like to go first.
I would like to. Ms. McKay, we have heard a lot of evidence. You were just saying that the youngsters that you actually met on the bus or overheard on the bus were saying that it's also wonderful and awesome. And the young builder that you were asking where he would rather want to live. Now we have actually heard from young people evidence who were really forthcoming and saying we can't afford to have old houses because we can't, if we not get more buildings in, we can't afford to live here. We can't afford to go to Vic because there's no way for us living here. So they were actually telling us the contrary from what you are telling us, that they'd rather not have those buildings and have a place where they can live affordably. What's your position on that?
I think it's really tragic. I remember my niece coming when she was a first year student, and for second year she chose a flat, and it was on the terrace, and she signed. You know, that a group of them signed up for this. It was horrendous. You know, she and her boyfriend were in the basement, an unlined basement of a house that never got any sun. You know, they were sick. You know, and it's a travesty. You know, a travesty of our government and our local government, in allowing such places to exist. You know, and so that's not the point. The housing, as Richard said before, the science is that a well-insulated box is perfect for Wellington's climate. We are the most temperate, one of the most temperate places in the world, you know, in terms of not having frost, not really having frosts, and in terms of not having big extreme heat. So that works very well. And so the issue is about the upgrading of the houses, and they can be upgraded. They can be insulated. I personally don't believe that they have to be double glazed. There's not enough secondary glazing and alternatives, or thick curtains work perfectly well in my house for the winter. So the young people it's tragic that they haven't had an experience of an old house that has been cared for and looked after. The other piece of information which we get is Philippa Harlan Chapman mentioned at a rental, a talk about rental in New Zealand, that about 60% of rental properties are owned by ma and pa investors. So that means that you have a lot of ownership of people that don't have resources to, or the understanding and the information is not publicly available on caring for existing housing stock. It's like in Wellington, there's research into everything. There's no research into this area. It's like Cinderella, and yet it's our living environments. Yeah. Now,
the point that the young people made to us, and it was not just one group, it was several groups. It was not about that the older buildings are unlivable or, you know, not good enough. The point they made is because we have so many of the old buildings here in the inner city, there is not enough space to build apartments where more people could actually live in.
I think that I understand Wallace Bond talked about there's plenty of space, you know, in terms of brownfield sites. I'm not saying that all the old buildings. I also think Roland Satsford's comments about Ara Valley and considering the typology, considering the landscape and positioning houses so that they get you know, light and sun is really important as well. So I think, so I don't think all old houses should stay. There are a lot that should go because they are too far gone. You know, they've been neglected too badly.
Right. One other thing I'd like to say, you were talking about Robert and Brenda Vadel doing some investigation into that, and that you might be able to provide us with some more evidence on the matter of sustainability of old houses.
Mm.
And I'm pretty sure that we will see you in stream 2 again.
Yes, yes. I'll
And
try
I
and get
would-
I'll try and get that together for
Yeah,
you. There
I
are
would
there
think-
are various
I would
papers in that
appreciate
area.
if that evidence could be tabled in the stream
Yeah.
2.
They essentially, I was looking back at they talked about that a medium density sort of housing is particularly sustainable, you know, because of the greenscape and for all various reasons. So we should
Yeah, that would be
look at
great.
that. That would be
Thank
good.
you.
Anything else you need?
I will let you know in stream 2.
Right.
I guess my question is really to you, Ms. Wong. Thank you for acknowledging the points I made to the previous submitter about qualifying matters and giving us the statutory references for those in terms of the Housing Supply Act. Some of those references are replicated in the MPSUD as well under clause 3.33. And in terms of qualifying matters, there needs to be a specific assessment undertaken that identifies the site to which the matter relates, evaluates the characteristics on a site-by-site basis to determine the spatial extent, and then, having done all of that, evaluates what the best course of action is to achieve greater heights and densities that are directed by policy 3. So what that's suggesting to me is that whilst there needs to be a forensic analysis, at the end of the day, it still needs to be some sort of overall evaluation as to what is the best outcome. So not a question, it's just I guess it's some homework for you in terms of hearing stream 2.
Do we assume that the evaluation was not sufficient in the section 32? I mean, are you saying that we have to do our own section 32 for the expanded areas?
I'm not saying you have to do it.
No.
I'm saying that evidence needs to be in front of us and we need to be able to test it. Now, whether that's from the council or from submitters or a combination of the two.
Okay, I'm not familiar with RMA processes, so I need advice on it. Thanks though for your tip. I think, can I just say, I mean, there in stream 2, there will be a lot of site-by-site analysis, but does it go on and have an evaluation attached to the analysis? Is that the point?
I think that's the point the Commission is making.
It is.
Can you make can you make your own evaluation? I mean, I would have thought that's inherent in a submitter saying, "Here's my analysis, ergo, please do that."
I think the NPSUD says it also has to be evaluating against the extent to which you can nevertheless provide for intensification given the national importance placed on that. So it's just tabling the analysis. There's still a gap. I think that's the message, and we can't advise you how to fill that gap, but we can draw your attention to the fact that if the gap is not filled, we have a problem accepting what you're suggesting to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just looking at your submission, thank you. And you're asking for further recognition in the introduction to the strategic direction on historic heritage.
Yes.
Then there's a section that lists, this is basically a bullet point of the value of old timber houses. But there's no actual provision of actual wording suggested to add to that.
Well, we proposed the wording that was proposed by Wellington Heritage professionals on two aspects. One was CCO2 and add the word including historic heritage, and then in the text relating to adding livability into the historic heritage and sites and areas of significance to Māori text.
Then you commented you still support for Ron's absence
in two specific areas. One was the redrafting of the 2050 net zero objective, and you had a good debate with him about how that objective was not particularly well drafted at the moment because it could delay until 2049 whether anything happened. And Mr. Sapps had proposed some specific language. He said manage the rate, form and scale of development to reduce building and transport greenhouse gas emissions over the life of the plan, which I think is much more nuanced. And then he also proposed a new objective, manage development to maintain and enhance the quality of the built environment.
I think that's it from us. Thank you very much, both of you, for your contribution. We look forward to seeing you again in stream 2. Keir and Ms. Cutten. Hello. Thank you for sitting patiently, listening to the people telling us why your heritage is important, and now you can tell us, give us your contrary position.
Yes, we may be selling you a slightly different story than the one you've heard with the last two presenters.
Yes, I read your speaking notes and I detected that.
Good, good.
And can I just say thank you for taking the time, actually getting the message and giving us the words. It's not that's not a criticism of those who preceded you. They've been very clear. They've adopted the words of the heritage professionals. And I also know we're running a bit behind time, but we will give you your full 20 minutes. We won't close you off.
Sure.
And if we need a little more, we'll delay our cup of coffee. We're gasping in the corner here.
I appreciate that. Look, I know you guys have a really hard job here, and I'm really impressed with your ability to assimilate information. That's something that we've sort of struggled with through this process. And what that kind of led to is our first submission is quite comprehensive, and it's an exploration of us trying to understand what the council is trying to achieve, what their legislative obligations are, and how we've ended up in the situation that we are. So that's where that came from. Now, as a result of that, that made it quite difficult for the council to summarise in terms of the Section 32 report and to distill what we were trying to communicate into an action that they would then ask you to make a decision on. So this latest submission flips that around. We're coming from the top down, coming from the plan as drafted and drawing out the insights from our submission to what that means. So we're mainly focused on strategic objectives here and what we present. We're talking about the regulatory system or the regulatory regime. Now, historic heritage is defined very broadly. It is, I think, anything that essentially helps people understand where we've come from and what we're there. So that's very broad, but the terms in the plan are more focused on specific heritage areas and scheduled heritage. So we don't believe the council's presented any evidence that their plan changes in this area provide a net benefit to the community as a total, or even managed to convince us that they're actually providing benefit to heritage. We think their design sets very strong incentives, which go completely the opposite direction and encourage people to remove or destroy or not tell them about important heritage that exists. The previous presenter discussed a cottage that they discovered recently that no one knew was there, so that creates issues. So stepping through the report, I'm not going to go through everything in here. I'll take it as read. The first point is on decision making. We support the addition of a strategic objective, AWO5, on decision making within the plan. We think that's a really useful idea. By way of getting into this, so we purchased our house in 2014. It was a very poor condition house on a nice street. This is my first, our first home. This is what lots of New Zealanders do. Now, despite the timeframes on that tight submission, we've provided a level of detail that we think's to a scale and significance, the words from the Act, that is the impact on us, right? So all the work and effort is probably small compared to the impact this would have on us. So we have tabled a best practice guide or good regulation practice guide. Now, you'll be pleased to know this is very short. It's only sort of 5 pages. It's not another 100-page document. In the process of the council developing the district plan, they are setting regulation on how natural and physical resources are used in the city. They are acting as a regulator. While they're not in central government, the local government, this practice note has been developed over decades to provide advice on how that should occur. So what we've done in our proposed drafting is we've lifted scale and significance from section 32 of the analysis into that objective, and then taken from part A a selection of other sort of accepted best practice decision making points. Now, you can take what we've provided as a draft, but we don't think you'd have any argument against these things. Why wouldn't you want decision making done well? So moving on to Capital City, CC02. Similar, this came up in the last presenter session as well. So in terms of this, we've provided some redrafting as we go through. Point 2, we want the city to be a bit more ambitious. The current wording talks about supporting. Now, we don't think that's kind of good enough. This isn't the council here. This is an objective for the city. So we think the city has an obligation to provide for the well-being of residents and future residents. Key point there is that future residents, and it probably echoes what you've heard from some of the younger submitters throughout the hearing session. It is about them as well. So basically, we want to be a bit more ambitious there in terms of what a well-functioning city looks like. It should be providing for that well-being. We also bring in the while conjunction there in terms of the environment. So it is a balance, and that balance is supported through the RMA. Moving on to point 5 in that same objective. Pretty minor points there on just simplifying and removing introduced errors. We've kind of flipped that sentence around. We support the adoption of technology and the promotion of it for the well-being of residents. So point 6 in that same objective is the one which has come up both with heritage professionals and Historic Places Wellington. We have a counter view, and we say to the Commission, is this even needed at all? Doesn't this just repeat the first objective for the natural environment and the one for the historic heritage? Isn't it just a repetition? So our recommendation there is it needed at all? Recommendation 5. Recommendation 6 is, if you believe it is needed, then we've proposed redrafting. Now, there's 3 points that we'd like to raise with strategic objectives and what they're trying to do. They must be clear for a start. They should be purpose driven, okay? They shouldn't be focused on the method. They should be focused on the outcome or the purpose for even having it in there. And they are distinct from operational objectives. Operational objectives or policies would seek to give effect to a strategic objective. So You can think of this as the operational policies would be evaluated against their ability to help achieve the strategic objective. So if it's kept, we think it should focus on purpose, not the method. We think it should provide value for the whole community and not be focused on a small element of the community, for those that are proponents of heritage. We should think about the Wellington community as a whole, and it must be balanced with the other objectives. So that's under the purpose of the RMA, social wellbeing, economic wellbeing, the environment. So moving on from that capital city chapter into the historic heritage component. So our first point here is on the introductory language, and we think the plan is a tool for all residents and future residents. It's not one for a specific group or a specific chapter. It applies to a group. Heritage is plan-wide, so therefore it must be neutral and balanced in that language. We have no doubt the author of this chapter is very passionate about heritage and have no issue with that. We think what turns up in the plan should be balanced. And this unbalanced kind of view kind of reflects our experience through our process of discovery with the council. We talk about their incentives. They're unbalanced in our submission, where what's to stop them just wanting more and more and more because they don't have to pay for it, right? There's no natural balance to what they're achieving there. They have biases in their processes. We talked about the biases in identification. There's no assessment of what heritage Wellington residents actually value. They haven't done any work there to establish what is valued and how different types of heritage are valued, or trying to quantify that value at all. There is no assessment or monitoring of their regulatory regime. They have only done an operational review of the heritage provisions and how they operate. They're missing probably the larger part of heritage, which is all the unlisted heritage or unidentified heritage, and what incentives their regime creates for that heritage. The very dismissal of the impacts of listing, and they've failed to identify the effects of their regime or any unintended consequences. So we've provided some redrafting there. Again, we've highlighted it in the red. We've tried to take a neutral point here and not bias it the other direction, but we think it's a fairer and more balanced representation of what that chapter should be achieving for Wellington residents. So I won't go through the finer points in that one. I'll keep moving on. So on to the objectives in the heritage chapter. Again, the language is very focused on the word protected, and it kind of misses the qualifiers that attach to that, which are an appropriate subdivision, use, or development. By dropping those off, you might ask the question, are they protecting the heritage from earthquakes? Are they protecting it from floods? What is the strategic objective intended to achieve? So we think it should rightfully be shifted back to management. Management is the goal of that historic heritage, and that's what the provisions later in the plan are seeking to do. They are seeking to manage what you can do, how you can use it, etc. So the key point of that management is it must support the well-being, both, again, there's a balance there, social, cultural, and economic. And we provide an example from the Hutt City Council, which takes a far more balanced view in terms of recognising those property rights and other social values. You know, everyone we've talked to in our experience, and bear in mind, we may have friends with a certain view of the world. That tends to be how people work, but everyone's horrified that your property rights aren't more strongly protected. There's a lot of social value in that. Another example where those social values conflict with cultural values that's come up in conversation is there is no ramp at the front of the Wellington train station for disabled people because it's deemed to, it would have a negative impact on the heritage. Now, socially, a lot of people hold equity as a very high value. Now, the fact that you would turn up with someone and have to tell them they have to go essentially around the back or around the side to get in while you walk through the front is not very equitable, and a lot of people do not find that a satisfying result. So it's about a balance. How much is it really impacted by a ramp versus equality across our society? So moving on to the second objective, the word resilient comes up in this, and again we see some of that loaded language about ensuring heritage and cultural values are recognised and maintained. That word ensuring takes out the ability for people making decisions under the plan to provide that balance. And in terms of resilience, we would argue that by design, the whole heritage regime is not resilient. It is designed to essentially incentivize the opposite of what it's trying to achieve. So we don't think it's sustainable. We think that objectives should be shifted back to safe environments, so promoting safety and long-term use while avoiding loss of heritage. So this isn't necessarily paying for earthquake re-strengthening, but certainly promoting it in terms of meeting mandated building requirements. And we just draw out there that resilience in this sense, the building code is there to protect life. In an earthquake, it is not there to protect buildings. While you're obviously strengthening buildings should increase their chance of surviving, it is largely there to protect life. In a large earthquake, which is predicted to happen in the next 50 years, we can expect to lose a large amount of heritage. Our example in our submission was that Google Street View time travel feature has done more for heritage in Christchurch, the preservation of heritage, than any of the regulatory policies that Christchurch had implemented. So that allows you to go back in time and travel down the streets prior to the earthquake and see what they used to be. So it's a very cool tool. So in short, we don't support an objective that would prevent such changes in uses as the again, back to the train station, trying to implement new ticketing systems and being obstructive from that. So our last point on strategic objectives is we think there's a gap. We think it's missing a gap on incentivizing the identification, the preservation and the sustainable management. Right now, it's very much a demand that's placed on owners of properties. There is no incentive or support there. So we think a new provision should be included that addresses that. And this comes back to the council hasn't identified this because they failed to evaluate the effectiveness of the current regime, and that we, as a consequence, we do not think it's sustainable and they need to do something about that. I'll also draw your attention that most heritage, if you think globally by the definition in the Act within Wellington, is actually maintained without a regulatory need by the owners of those properties. We give that example of Defence House being not listed and being sympathetically done up and winning awards as such. So I won't go through the definitions because I think that's minor. I think you can read those. I will note that my point on demolition, I've got the words around the wrong way on any part, so it's not as bad as I initially thought, but you can still demolish the last part of a building which would be total demolition. So just to recap briefly, we've flipped this around and come from the plan to make it easier. We've provided some new drafting that we would like you to consider. We think a decision-making objective, strategic objective, is a really good thing to add. To extend that, there is one point in the best practice thing, which I think is the second to last bullet point, which is about clarity and ways, so regular expectations and practices in ways that are easy to find, easy to navigate, clear and easy to understand. Now that closely reflects one of Christchurch City Council's two top strategic objectives, that the plan must be easy to use. So that's something else that you could consider there. In the capital city, there's some suggested redrafting. We mostly talked about point 6 and whether that repeats, needlessly repeats items that are already within the plan. And if you do keep it, we think it should be focused on the purpose, not the method. We'd like to see a bit more balanced introduction to the heritage chapter.
Dr. Keir, I think you're going round the circle again.
Yeah,
we
this
got
is
the
the
message.
summary. Cool. And those are the last two objectives that we discussed, and that missing objective.
Thank you.
Mr. Keir, thank you. I don't have a question. I just acknowledge the bottom-up approach to testing strategic objectives. This won't be the first time it's done. It'll be done in all hearing streams. And thank you for the wording suggestions. That's food for thought for not only the panel, but for Mr. McCutcheon and his team. So thank you for that.
Lindsay?
Yeah, just one. Comprehensive submission, put a lot of thought into it. Wonder whether you might have moonlighted as a planner before.
I have spent a lot of time in policy analysis.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Not necessarily in the RMA sphere before.
I do work in at the Infrastructure Commission.
Yeah.
But, I am in the analytics team, not in the policy team.
Okay. Just one. Your recommendation 10 about introducing incentives or incentivization into it. In terms of a strategic objective, I'm just wondering how you can actually get a large public body such as Wellington City to actually support that. You're talking about incentives from elsewhere, so from somebody else's purse apart from the landowner's purse.
Well, they don't have to be financial necessarily.
Yeah.
And neither does protection have to be regulated, right?
Can you just explain your first point there?
So there could be, well, I guess one financial one is a rates remission. Other incentives would be education, you know, providing information, providing opportunities on what can be done with that heritage.
Yeah.
But in the absence of, I guess the main point is in the absence, then how do they deliver the other strategic objectives?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
They do have the built heritage incentive incentivization funds.
That's been around a very long time, and I think there were 2 funds originally, but now I think it's all into one.
Yeah. So we
and you know, they give money for getting structural assessments of earthquake-prone buildings, heritage, and so forth. But in terms of the actual spend on that, it's often just a fraction that's required.
And in terms of private homeowners, it's almost non-existent. Costs as much to apply as to what you get.
Yeah, I think your points are well made. I'm interested in some of the nuancing of the city centre that you're looking at. And I'll that a little bit further, or we'll look at that a bit further. Thank you.
Just 2 questions here. going back to that identification of the heritage, are you suggesting that the identification is done outside of council by the owners or by other bodies, or are you suggesting that there needs to be more focus within the council to actually identify the buildings?
I think the identification ties very closely in with the incentivisation, right? Because if the regime is very punitive, then no one wants their house identified and no one will come forward. But if there is an incentive, maybe even, you know, a small rates remission or something, then people will voluntarily bring their house forward and say, you know, can my house be listed? I think it's important because of X, Y, and Z. Whereas at the moment, you've got this kind of the council trying to run processes to identify things. They're under-resourced. They can't do everything. And then you've got nominations coming in from sometimes incentivised parties suggesting new properties get listed, often not owned by them at huge cost to those the owners of the properties. So
thanks for that. The other thing is, you said important historic heritage is heritage that is valued by current residents and will provide for future residents. If we step back, the heritage that's there now was not necessarily heritage that had been valued at the time by the people around at the time. So I guess what I'm saying is, if it is only the people that are currently here that value that, is there a chance that a lot will be lost if there isn't an overarching view of what generally could be valued in the past and into the future?
Well, absolutely. I think where I'm pushing it is that general view, but that general view should reflect the whole community. In terms of the heritage that we have that's protected, that you say might not have been valued at the time, at some point it was valued by the people because they put in the schedules, right? And then it's been maintained in those schedules. So I think that that as long as that's reflecting what the community wants, I think both, you know, we've supported this mission of heritage professionals and the amount of engagement the council has gone through and the lack of it in terms of understanding what the community values and to guide or quantify what they do. There's a bit of a vacuum in that evidence space.
So if I understand you right, what you are seeking really is more involvement in what is listed or what is not listed, or how the whole process works.
I guess we'd like representation from more people than just those, but we're only here because we're impacted, right? We would much rather not be wasting your time or not be consuming your time. But you tend to get a lot of special interest groups, and they have their set of incentives, as does the council with an unbalanced regime. So while it doesn't impact many people, they can carry on expanding that. And most people don't know it's happening, right? They're not engaged in that process. So a piece of economic work, or we present a range of methods to establish what residents value in terms of heritage, and I suspect most value large central city heritage. Many wouldn't even have a clue that the heritage regime is trying to protect 1960s houses that you can't see in suburbia.
Great, thanks very much for that.
Just one very quick question. In the under paragraph 9 of your speaking notes, the suggested wording that you've got there to expand on best available information in Mātauranga Māori, does that not introduce a level of specificity that would be hard to do at an objective level? Because when I look at that, I mean, to achieve required aims in a cost efficient way, less adverse impacts on market competition, etc. You know, proportionate, fair, equitable, legal, constitutionally principled and supports compliance to the treaty. Does that, how do we do that
Well, I guess these are
at an objective level?
yeah, these are a purpose, what you're trying to achieve. The key thing there is that scale of significance in the first one. So we're not expecting the earth for listing a house, but we are expecting something commensurate to the consequence on those property owners.
Is that not best available information?
Well, it may require information to be created. You may have to do some analysis. You may have to do value something, and you may have to figure out how to do that. So it may not already exist. So we're saying there's an evaluation or an analysis bit to that as well, which expands beyond best available information.
Right. As does all those other points.
Well, the other points, you know, no one should disagree with point 2. Point 3 is essentially providing guidance to those operating under the plan in terms of how they use any discretion. So they should act in a way that has achieves aims in a least cost and the least adverse impact. So it might mean instead of a heritage area being this big, they decide that this big is good enough.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, just one minor question, sorry. Just as Commissioner Dace says, there's a lot of nuances and things in what you put to us. We'll have to work through. Just the rewording of the introduction to the heritage side of things. You say it's far more desirable to retain important historic heritage that supports the cultural well-being of people. That seemed to be focusing on just one well-being, if you like, not a wider perspective. Is that your intention of that?
But that's open to interpretation. Yes, if you think of my original submission and how we have structured the people and community versus those sections, I would generally see cultural heritage as supporting social well-being, but also providing development and housing for people living in the city is also supporting that social dimension. So it could be expanded.
That's it from us. Look forward to seeing you on stream 3.
Yeah, I'll give you a break on stream 2.
We appreciate that. We'll have enough to be going on without you.
Thank you very much.
So that, as I said, that's a very helpful way to approach it on your part. We really appreciate that.
Thank you.
You got us, as Commissioner Scope says, lots to work through.
Yes.
So we will adjourn and be back at 11:15. Yes. We need it. Yep. Okay. So promise. Resume the hearing. Thank you. Rachel, I understand you're speaking for Rod Bray.
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Good morning. We hear you. We see you. So over to you.
Cool. I'd like to start off with a short speech, after which I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll introduce myself. My name is Ashley Redshaw. I'm studying urban planning, and I'm here today speaking on behalf of Rod Bray from Northwich Properties in support of 15-minute walkable catchments. First of all, let me say I'm grateful to be able to speak to you this morning on walkable catchments. And although it's something I've only been studying for a brief time, it's a matter that myself and Mr. Bray feel quite strongly about, having strong connections to the city, having developed houses there in a previous career. Wellington is already New Zealand's most walkable city in terms of reaching amenities within the shortest walk time. There are multiple factors that influence this statistic, but it's largely due to the topography, historical influences, and most importantly, appropriate density. And that is density which incorporates and encourages mixed-use planning. Wahaka Katahi, from the 2022 Aotearoa Urban Street Planning and Design Guide states that the city centres of Auckland and Wellington both form highly walkable catchments 2 to 3 metres across of continuously connected, dense city blocks with high concentrations of walkable destinations supported by high capacity and frequent public networks. Walkable cities are great cities. Walkable cities are not some unobtainable Scandinavian dream, but they are the perfect blueprint for how Wellington could be moving forward in line with government direction from the NPSUD. The benefits of walkable cities are that its design encourages carbon reductions through the decreasing reliance on individual vehicular ownership, and it also has health benefits through encouraging active modes of transport, as well as increased social interactions and a stronger sense of community and birthplace. But back to the key concept of density. For without density, a city lacks structure. Within a 10-minute walkable catchment, the city is simply failing to incorporate all those who are willing to walk to work or amenities. The CBD needs larger catchment because it has the greatest number of jobs and the greatest concentration of amenities and activities. People are willing to walk to public transport. As per our original submission, Auckland's walkable catchment analysis found that in excess of 50% of commuters walked further than 800 metres to their Northern Express busway station. Constellation and Sarimuk had a medium walk distance of 1.2 kilometres and 1.4 kilometres respectively. Albany Station had a medium walk commute of 2.7 kilometres. While this demonstrates that the walkability varies between individuals, but the report clearly demonstrates that 15-minute walk is realistic and is significantly obtainable for most commuters, and we'd like to see Wellington benefit from this. It's important to add that a denser city also makes a more interesting walk. Would you rather walk down Cuba Street or a regular suburban street? Density done right would increase the availability of daily amenities and luxuries, which benefits both residents and tourists alike. As of the 2019 Census survey, transportation was the third largest proportion of household expenditure in New Zealand. A walkable city would reduce the reliance on car dependency. This saves money for both residents being by walkable, but it also saves on the city's carbon emissions. But it's also the kind of cool city that Wellingtonians desire. A 2019 Wellington City Council survey showed support towards intensification of the city centre so that people can work and live without a car. A larger catchment also provides the opportunity to increase the housing supply in Wellington Central. Access to affordable housing in New Zealand is one of New Zealand's most persistent long-term challenges, and these issues have been amplified in recent months. I'm sure you're aware that in Wellington, the median weekly rent was $650 in December, making it the most expensive place to rent in Aotearoa that month. Many families and individuals are struggling to buy their own home, while others are struggling to find suitable rental accommodation and are facing difficult choices about meeting their rent and meeting their essential needs. Housing and Urban Development identified there are a number of reasons for the market not delivering the volume and kind of supply required, with one of the main factors being the limited access to land development. Increasing the catchment would be in line with the government direction through the NPSUD providing the land that the market requires to fulfill the shortfall in supply. A tighter catchment would only worsen the growth of urban sprawl in neighbouring cities inside the region. These people would have to drive to work, which has ramifications for both the environment, worsening congestion, and taking both a physical and mental toll on those sitting waiting in traffic. I'd like to finish off some findings from the 2019 Planning for Growth survey that affirm that Wellingtonians want a city that's compact, connected, and green. As current and future town planners and government figures, it's ultimately our collective responsibility to deliver on this vision, and I believe that through maximising NPSUD standards by increasing the walking catchment would be in line with the city's goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redshaw. We've had a lot of discussion about walkable catchments, and the issue that we've been bouncing around with a number of submitters is whether all walkable catchments need to take topography into account and people's actual preparedness to walk in a Wellington context. In particular, to walk up steep hills. What's your view?
Well, I believe it was in line with the submitters yesterday. I forgot her name. But I don't think topography should really even be considered. People are going to walk to where they're going to walk to. If there is a hill in the way, it might take someone longer, but I believe it's about reaching destinations, reaching amenities, and that topography isn't going to play such a large factor in walking. I'd say it plays more of a factor in bikeability or rentable scooters, that kind of thing. But yeah, I think if people are willing to reach that amenity or reach their location, they're going to walk it.
Any other questions for commissioners? Looking right. Left. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Redshaw. Appreciate your time and plugging in on Mr. Bray's behalf. And think about one thing you could do for us, please, is to email your notes that you were reading from to our hearing coordinator.
Yeah.
And would save that would assist us.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Cheers.
Thanks. We have next the team for Stride and Investore. Ms. Tree, would you like to introduce your team?
Thank you, Keir and members of the panel. So I'm Bianca Tree, I'm a partner at Matralis and Watts. To my left is Jared Thompson, Mark Georgeson is a traffic engineer, and Joe Jeffries. But first of all, I'll turn to Jared and he's going to start with the brief.
Morning panel, thank you for hearing us today.
Could you press the button?
Sure.
So you see green?
See green. Can you hear me all right, guys? Ladies? So firstly, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. I'm Jared Thompson from Stride Property. For those that don't know, we are a listed property company with assets all around the country. And we have, Wellington's probably our biggest portfolio. So big vested interest in the city here. I guess we're here today very much in support of the city's aspirations to intensify, increase heights around the city, in particular Johnsonville area. The guys Bianca will talk about this shortly. We remain excited about Jayville. It's been a long time coming. Right now we're still facing some economic headwinds and investment headwinds, but we are very excited about the future of Johnsonville, and the district plan holds the key to that future. Intensification, but more wide parameters. So that's why we're here today. It's really important to us. Those flow through into the operative district plan. I was going to introduce the team, but Bianca's already done it. So I'll hand over to Bianca. I believe we've got some time at the end for questions. Bianca, is that how we're running? So I'll hand over to Bianca.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jared. I'm just going to make just a few points and to highlight from my legal submissions, which you've already received and hopefully had a chance to read. So you'll appreciate in terms of the evidence that you'll hear today and have heard for Stride, there's kind of two key issues that we're presenting on. First, in terms of the Johnsonville Railway line, and that should be recognised as rapid transit under the NPSUD. And then the second is in relation to the walkable catchment around Johnsonville. And I appreciate the walkable catchment has been a topic of lots of submissions in this hearing to date. But the 3 points that I'm going to just briefly talk to before I hand over to Mark and Joe, which are going to address those more technical points on those two issues, is first of all, I just want to make sure that everyone was clear in relation to the Stride and Investore ownership in Johnsonville. So you'll see in my legal submission that I have on page 2 just a plan of the Metropolitan Centre central block. And so the Stride ownership is both the pink and dark green in that central block. But then there's also the Investore land, which is the light green block to the right of Johnsonville Road. So I just wanted to just clarify that in case it wasn't perfectly clear from the map. The second point I'm going to make is just in relation to the NPSUD. And, you know, I'm sure as you're aware, just the importance and requirement to give effect to the NPS is a strong directive. And as I've addressed in my submissions, you know, give effect to means implement, and it's a strong direction that is intended to constrain decision makers. So it would be inconsistent with the scheme of the RMA for decision makers to decline to implement aspects of a national policy statement. And then we turn and look at the specific wording of the NPSUD itself. It is also very directive. And I just wanted to focus and highlight and talk about policy 3 just for a moment, particularly in terms of policy 3C of building heights of at least 6 stories within at least a walkable catchment. And I think we tend to gloss over and not really focus on the at least a walkable catchment in terms of that wording. There's lots of discussion about what the walkable catchment is and how we define that in terms of either distance or time. But the wording of the policy actually gives you a little bit of flexibility to go beyond that walkable catchment where it's appropriate. And I think that just makes entire sense. When you think about wherever you may land about what a walkable catchment is, you need to ground truth that and think about actually where it's appropriate to end your high density residential zone relative to your medium density residential or other neighbouring zones. So I just really wanted to highlight that, particularly in terms of Johnsonville, where you have the Johnsonville railway station on that edge of the metropolitan centre. But then you've also got the significant role and function of Johnsonville, not just as what it is today, but what it can and should become as a metropolitan centre, and second to the CBD in terms of that role. So I think it's really important when you're looking at Johnsonville that you know, that future view is taken into account in terms of where it's appropriate for that high density residential to be provided around the metropolitan centre. So those were my few opening comments, and I'm just going to pass on to Mark.
Well, I wonder if we should ask you some questions first, Ms. Tree. I have a question around the interpretation of the NPSUD and the interpretation and application. We've had a lot of submitters focusing on the potential for the rather broad directive provisions of the NPSUD to produce urban environments that don't meet that basic test of a well-functioning urban environment, because they enable scattered 6-story apartment blocks in established low-rise urban areas. Now, accepting as a hypothetical that is in fact the case, that it won't produce a well-functioning urban environment, how do we resolve such internal contradictions where we find them?
And I think, are you meaning scenarios where, in terms of what's the existing urban areas, even where areas are within a walkable catchment of a major centre?
So just shift the focus from Johnsonville, take Newtown. We've had a lot of evidence about Newtown and the effect of having a broad swathe of Newtown the subject of a high density zone, for instance.
Well, and in terms of the general provisions about well-functioning urban environments, there's a lot of provisions in terms of the policies recognise that more intensification also supports a well-functioning urban environment. So we've got very specific policies in terms of direction about where that intensification needs to be.
The argument we've heard is that there are a lot of assumptions in the NPSUD as to what intensification will do, and that that notwithstanding the confidence of the framers of those documents, that it won't actually happen. So that if you look at the high level objective of a well-functioning urban environment, the NPSUD is going to degrade functioning of the environment, not to enhance it. Now, I know exactly what you mean. There are a lot of provisions that talk about improving, for instance, CO2. We've had a lot of submitters saying, well, that's counterproductive as well, because you're going to lose all the existing carbon stored in the existing housing stock and produce a whole lot more carbon on your construction project. So, as I say, just take it as a hypothetical. I'm not expecting you to agree that those submitters are right, but on a hypothetical, how do we resolve internal contradictions if we find them within the NPSUD?
Well, I think the more clear and direct provisions of the NPS must prevail, and we do have very clear and direct policies in terms of what must occur.
Well, I'm relieved to hear you say that, because that's what I suggested to those submitters. I note your statement at 15A, and this is an issue of evidence that no doubt Mr. Georgeson, you can defer to Mr. Georgeson if you would like, but the evidence before us is that there are no planned upgrades to the Johnsonville line that will increase its frequency or capacity. So you're saying GWRC has planned upgrades proposed which further support are being considered rapid transit. So what are they? So what are they and where are they?
I will defer to Mr. Georgeson for that in terms of the detail. But I would say that based on the criteria about rapid transit, that the Johnsonville line already meets the criteria. And Mr. Georgeson can talk to that further too.
Any other questions for Council?
I'm just interested about the over many years there've been proposals to improve or redevelop the Johnsonville Centre. Where is that on a program somewhere? Do you have time? Is there a plan to redevelop the?
So yes, so in response to that, we do have a live resource consent.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Oh, sorry, I've got a green light, so We do have a live resource consent for the centre at the moment,
Yep.
which still runs through till 2024, I think. So we have a live resource consent. It's about a 30,000 square metre expansion of the existing centre. We have continued our master planning, and we are currently in the fast track consenting process.
Yep.
It's a two-step process. We have just actually had confirmation that we can now apply through the second phase, which is the preparation of the resource consent formal submission, and we have this year to plan that out in essence and have that in.
I'm sorry?
And we have this year to complete that process if we want to run down that.
You're in the planning phase.
In the planning phase.
You don't have a timeline for construction, or when you start, it's too far down there. Thank you.
I just, that existing resource consent, when was that granted? I mean, I probably have to declare an interest. I was on commissioner panel that approved that resource consent around 2008, 2009.
Oh, there was two, yeah. So there was a larger scheme in 2008.
Yes.
Right before the GFC. There was a refined, slightly smaller scheme in 2017, predates my time at Stride, and that was extended recently. So they're effectively both still live.
When's the lapse date?
What's that, sorry?
When's the lapse date?
The
lapse date.
Oh, that's that's what I was trying to remember.
So it's been recently extended.
It's been extended,
so for another 5 years. So, and that was last year. So
must be
2027, maybe.
Yeah.
So presumably 2027.
Look, we're doing ongoing master planning. It's tough out there at the moment. You've got to imagine everything from construction costs, interest rates, city's own rates, post-COVID, what's happening in the office world, what's happening in the retail world. So we're continuing to plan, but we expect we'll be out the other side of when the world stabilises again. So this is a time for preparation, it's time for planning, it's time for getting our house in order. So when we do come out the other side, we're ready to go. But I guess my response to that is the district plan, we hope will support that, because that is the future for places like Johnsonville, the new metropolitan town centre zoning, the increased height, the ability to do a mix of different uses as permitted activities is really, really important to us actually delivering something meaningful.
I'd just add in some ways, in terms of how much our metropolitan centres have changed over the last few years, it's actually, there's a bit of an advantage that actually development hasn't happened to date, because it's really enabled the master planning to really look at the whole site. And so then when that development happens, it's more forward looking in terms of retail, but significant mixed use in terms of both residential and office activities within the metropolitan centre.
Current planning rules, sorry, you've got me, I will stop in a minute, but the current planning height for Johnsonville is 12 metres and 18 metres, which is just not economic development perspective. So
When you said you were in the fast track consenting process, what's that application for?
it's for stage one of it's the start of the town centre process.
I think that's it. Mr. Georgeson now?
Yes.
Good morning, Commissioners. I've got some speaking notes here that I will talk to, and happy for those to be shared subsequently back to you. There's a couple of points that I will make that'll pick up on those questions, and then happy to take some further questioning and clarification around that as well. So my evidence has had a purpose of addressing the classification of the Johnsonville rail line as rapid transit and addressing the walkable catchment of the metro centre. So I'm going to touch on those two aspects, and first turning to the Johnsonville line as the rapid transit line. My evidence refers to a hierarchy of statutory documents that are relevant to the identification of the rail line as a rapid transit line. And those documents include Government Policy Statement, the NPSUD, the National Land Transport Program, the One Network Framework, and the Regional Land Transport Plan. It's my view that the Johnsonville line meets the criteria of rapid transit under those documents. You will recall the supplementary evidence of Mr. Wharton on behalf of the City Council. He concluded the same and specifically referenced at his paragraph 33. There's more discussion in the supplementary evidence and other parties' presentations about the ONF, the One Network Framework. It's clear to me that the Johnsonville rail line should be classified as PT1, which supports the Johnsonville line being classified as rapid transit. It's a dedicated corridor, carries 1,700 people in each peak, and has 4 services per hour. 4 services per hour being 15-minute frequencies in the peaks. Those operational details meet the criteria of rapid transit as class PT1. To your point, Mr. Chair, one document that I didn't refer to in my evidence is the Wellington Rail Program Business Case. That's a document that was published in July 2022, and it presents Wellington's strategic rail plan and provides an investment pathway for achieving rail growth in Wellington. And it describes provisions for moving towards 15-minute frequencies on the electrified network, of which Johnsonville line is part of that electrified network. That to me further confirms the function of the rail line as a rapid transit service, irrespective of the point I make earlier that I believe it currently meets those criteria. But thinking about both existing and planned provisions, certainly in my mind meets those provisions. That's where I want to conclude on the rapid transit classifications, and then just turning briefly to the walkable catchment. I support the view that a 10-minute walkable catchment should be regarded as a minimum for Johnsonville. Ms. Hammond, in her evidence on behalf of the City Council, provides substantial detail of the methodology and research in developing a walkable model for Wellington. In section 6.1 of her statement, she applies the modelling to the Johnsonville area as a test case. Figure 15 of her report presents the model 10-minute catchment, and table 8 shows the results. And they show average distances of about 600 metres to that boundary. And that's less than the 800 metres typically associated with a 10-minute walk. And takes into account influences like variable walking speeds of individuals and slopes as well. Based on this modelling, a 15-minute catchment would extend approximately 900 metres and not the 1,200 metres referred to in standard literature and by others. I take the point made by Ms. Hammond that the generally assumed industry standard walking speed for the average person of 5 kilometres an hour was too fast to represent the average pedestrian, and that account also needed to be made of the environment, including road crossing points, wait times at road crossing points, and slopes as well. So in my view, the 900 metres as interpolated from that validated Wellington walking model is not indifferent to the usually adopted 800 metres catchment, and lends to a 15-minute walkable catchment being able to be supported. So that concludes what I wanted to say about the walkable catchment, and happy to take clarifications and questions.
One question for me on the last point. I've forgotten, does Ms. Hammond's evidence actually map a 15-minute catchment?
No, it doesn't. It maps the 10-minute catchment.
I suppose where that take, the next question is, well, where is it? Like, effectively, if you're inviting us to make a recommendation for a 15-minute working catchment, where's the map? How do we know what that includes and what it doesn't? Like, as I say, I'm sort of thinking, if we agree with your premise, how do we actually implement it?
I understand that the submission of Kaingora had a map of 15 minutes, but we're not too sure in terms of exactly how that was calculated, and probably think that it was more just a distance and therefore a rough guide. But I understand in terms of the modelling that the council has done, that it wouldn't be too hard to put in the different parameters and provide an update in terms of the walkable catchment for that longer walking distance. I mean, if we were to prepare a map, you know, it would probably be more like just a rough distance guide rather than the more detailed work that the council's already done.
My understanding is that that tool's not publicly available and is owned and applied by the City Council. So they would be the proper party to actually apply that in mapping a 15-minute catchment.
The next point is that you referred to document, I said, the Wellington Rail Business Case July 2022. If you're going to rely on it, would it be a good idea if you gave us a copy?
It will provide the link for that through the written material.
And the next question is, my reading of the NPSUD is that it has a definition of what's planned in the future, and that's turns on what's in the RLTP. Mr. Wharton's evidence was there was nothing planned in the RLTP. Do you agree with that?
The RLTP points to the program business case, so that's the connection to that investment documentation. The point, an important point, I think, is that as the rail line operates and exists today, in my view, meets the criteria for being defined as rapid transit, and that further detail in the program business case simply further reinforces, in my view, the fact that it should be classified as rapid transit.
Can you give me a page reference where in the RLTP it references the business case?
I can come back to you separately on that.
Ms. Tree, presumably you could do that by the end of the day, given this is our last day of hearing. The other point we previously picked up, other submitters have referred us to the November version of the One Network framework. And I think it's in guidance for that framework. It identifies that we've been told it identifies Johnsonville and Onehunga as PT4, not PT1. Is my understanding correct? And what's your response to that?
Your understanding is correct, Mr. Chair. My view on that is that they have got it wrong, in that the published criteria around PT1, around the facts of it being a dedicated corridor, the number of people that the rail line needs to carry as a minimum, and a number of services as a minimum, the Johnsonville line meets all of those criteria.
And over to other commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Georgeson. I think the chair's alluded to some of the contrary evidence that we've been hearing in relation to whether or not the Johnsonville line is a rapid transit service. In particular, evidence of Mr. Wignall and Dr. Helm, the Wellington Character Community Trust. Have you had a chance to review that?
I've reviewed the related commentary about Mr. Wignall's evidence that I think came forward, maybe in Mr. Wharton's evidence.
Yeah, I guess the connection is that Dr. Wignall, Mr. Wignall and Dr. Helm both are of the view that it doesn't meet the four categorisation criteria for being a rapid transit service. One is it quick? And in that regard, there was some data, and there was also a reliance on Mr. Wharton's statement about if you're actually at the end of the Johnsonville line, like you're beyond Kandala, it's actually quicker to go by bus into the Wellington CBD to the rail station, as opposed to catching the train, which actually takes longer and only takes you to the railway station. Whereas if you catch a bus from Johnsonville, it takes you down the Hutt Road and then through the city to a more diverse range of destinations within the central city. So there was the issue raised about, well, is it quick? It takes 23 minutes to go the 8Ks, so forth, where you can actually choose an alternative public transport option and get there quicker. Do you have any view on whether that's the strength of that view?
Yeah. The way in which the term is applied is in relation to the ability to be able to choose another mode, rail, against other modes of travel, and thinking particularly about congestion and individuals' views about road congestion, and whether a rail choice is seen as just as quick in their minds for the journey between Johnsonville and Wellington CBD. So that's the context that quick is needs to be thought about in. And in my view, the application of that against the terminology of congestion is that it does provide a comparative choice for individuals to choose, either road or bus or rail as a meaningful choice in a congested network.
Yeah, I understand that, but I think what we were being told was it's because of where it is and the limitations that there are on the line in terms of speed, in terms of frequency. It's a single track. There's no passing loops. The stations can only handle a 4-car train. They can't handle a 6-car train without investment. And we're also being told that there's no sign of any investment being attributed to the Johnsonville line. The Wellington Rail program business case, has that got investment to improve capacity within the line, i.e. being, potentially an additional passing loop or something you could actually get more trains up and down the line?
Yeah. So my understanding of the step changes that will be made in terms of capacity improvements along the Johnsonville line is that there's redundant capacity within the existing trains on the line today. So that's it.
So you use that redundant capacity first before you actually look at significant capital investment.
So then the next step is investment, of which the business case talks about making that investment in the electrified network by 2032, which includes the Johnsonville line, to improve numbers of services and frequencies on that line.
Okay, well, we'll be interested to have a look at the PVC because it was certainly raised by Mr. Wignall. And the other issue he raised is that because of where it is and the limitations on the carrying capacity of it, he didn't consider it was a high capacity service because you could actually put that amount of people on an alternative such as a bus to get the same amount, and the bus has better advantages than the train, that it doesn't stop at Wellington railway station. It takes people to more diverse locations within the CBD.
But I think, you know, back to the point of the, you know, there's the criteria are defined, and the in those particular criteria around a dedicated corridor, which the Johnsonville rail line is, moving more than 1,000 people in the peak, which the Johnsonville line does currently at almost double that. And the third point or third criteria around 4 or more services per hour is again what the Johnsonville line means. So yeah, that in my mind is the fundamental parameters which are achieved.
Yeah, I guess it would have been helpful to us because no, that's not what Mr. Wignall was saying. He does not consider it's quick. The frequency is limited by the fact that it's a single line with no passing loops. Reliability might be subject to other factors, but because it is fairly hilly terrain getting up there, it has had some reliability issues in the past. It needs investment in terms of placing sleepers and just fixing up some of the potential slip areas as well, which I understand is being done. And his view is also that it's not high capacity because you could attribute that capacity to another mode, and it would be produce better outcomes. I guess we're not only talking about Johnsonville here because it also has knock-on effects to the other stations that there are along the line in terms of being rapid transit stops. And then if you're going to apply the same criteria, the 5 to 10 minute walking criteria or a distance criteria, as some people are telling us, does have significant implications for those other areas. So I don't know how much you don't. It sounds like you don't agree with Mr. Wignall because it's in the RLTP and you're classifying it as high capacity and frequent, that it does tick the box in terms of the MPSUD.
Yeah, that's certainly my view, and it's picking up on that last point about capacity. You know, the capacity threshold is moving 1,000 people, and the line currently carries 1,700 people in the peaks, which again is a published piece of data. I think in the program business case, and I can point to that separately. So in my view, it well and truly ticks the capacity box.
Just as a matter of follow-up, where's the capacity threshold from? Where are you drawing that from?
The threshold of 1,000 vehicles, people per hour, is in the One Network framework.
And two, when we're talking about quick, and Mr. Georgeson commented about, relative to congestion on our roads. But I suppose looking forward to when we've got a railway line that has its own line and is not impacted by congestion, that our roads, as they keep on getting congested in terms of all the growth that we're providing for in our cities, that addresses the issue in terms of that it's more likely to become quicker over time too.
Yeah, and there's also the contrary view to that, in terms of the more people that you actually have living in and around this area, the more potential that there is, just the greater population, the greater number of trip movements, depending on which mode they are, may actually means that there is increased congestion, which is a point I think Dr. Helm made. So, you know, there is that contrary view being held by other people, because it's you know, it's pretty significant to this whole process is about whether or not this line does actually tick the box about being a rapid transit service. Realise in the Johnsonville situation, you've got a metropolitan centre, and the NPSUD is telling you in terms of intensification and walking catchments around the outside of it, but it does have big implications for Naya, Kandala, Wellington Downs as well.
And I think you know, in terms of those other areas, you know, then you know there are those other overlaying matters in terms of qualifying matters, and whether they apply in those areas to then justify going against the clear direction.
Okay. Just moving on to walkable catchments. Have you walked from Johnsonville, say the entrance to the mall on Johnsonville Road, and gone under the underpass and then climbed up the hill to the eastern side properties, which
Disraeli Street, and then up to Sheridan Terrace?
Yeah, and beyond as well. I think you go up as far as, what was it, Chesterman?
Ceres Crescent.
Ceres Crescent. Because we were invited to do that, and we did, and it's very steep. I think the underpass is a motorway underpass. It is what it is. So in terms of people's propensity to walk, whether they really want to do it, do you feel that just a distance criteria or a time criteria is the best tool to use in terms of setting very definite lines around a particular urban centre, those areas which could be high density?
Yeah, so maybe just picking up a couple of comments around that. First, in terms of the Wellington walking model that has been developed, and I take a lot of I guess confidence from that it's actually got a number of parameters included in that about the variable differences between people and the variable walking speeds, the way in which slopes and gradients are relevant to how fast people walk, and also the time it takes to cross roads and access downstairs and slopes and so on. So to me, the relevance of that walking model is important to determining the size of the catchment, both from a time and distance perspective. I think the other point you're making is around the propensity for people to walk to attractions and amenities of Johnsonville and so on, and whether what's in front of them in terms of the walking route would attract or deter from that being walkable. And that's I think that's it comes down to the individuals in terms of how far they are prepared to walk and what sort of routes and so on that they will choose to walk, and that's why the model takes account of those differences in people and their different walking capabilities.
Yeah, understood. Have you walked it? You've been under the underpass and been up
I have.
and so on. Yep. Okay. And then going the other way, you go down Frankmore and go out towards out the west. Again, we walked that the other day. There's some of that route within that area which doesn't even have footpath. Prospect Terrace, we would go down Frankmore and then go up the hill and then round the corner, and Prospect Terrace doesn't even have a footpath. So in terms of assessing the walkability catchment, the actually walking infrastructure itself is going to be an important factor too. And whether that is planned for, I don't know, I haven't looked at the long-term plan for Wellington City to see whether there's an investment profile that they've got for increasing pedestrian infrastructure. So, the walkability and the safety of it is going to be a factor as well in terms of determining this, these boundaries. Does that make sense to you?
And often that infrastructure comes hand in hand with the development and density and so on. And I do take the point that there's different levels of infrastructure that exist at the moment in the spokes, if you like, that extend out from Johnsonville.
Yeah, but ultimately what you're looking at is getting a whole lot more people within the catchment of the metropolitan centre and the reason for the whole lot more people is it's higher density and you want the densities to go up. But you also need to look at what the reality or the ground truth is, ground truth, what is actually happening on the ground and the feasibility and the practicality of it. Okay. Thank you.
I just was having a look at the program business case, and it doesn't. It refers to the regional growth framework, and it only has 3 growth corridors. The west one's the east, and is around the Let's Get Wellington Moving corridor. It doesn't actually identify Johnsonville. In fact, when I did a search for the word Johnsonville, it came up once. But there is a program of works identified, and again, it doesn't specifically mention Johnsonville. It just mentions improvements to the Kapiti and the Hutt line. But there are some general improvements. Do you think we?
So the key one in there is the investment in the electrified lines. So Johnsonville was part of that electrified network. And the investment there is to provide for services and hour frequencies during the off-peak periods, in addition to the service frequencies that exist currently in the peaks.
Okay, so in the program works, it must just be in there.
Can you give us a reference where in the program works so we don't end up combing the document?
I can't see. I can only see specific projects to do with Waikanae. Yeah. It's got network-wide station amenity improvement, so it could be captured there. I don't know. It'd be good to know where it is.
Any more, Mr. George, before we go on to?
Just a couple. Just looking at, sorry, I'm really doing it as well. Just looking at the one network framework and its reference to Johnsonville, it just seems to categorise, and I could be wrong without reading it fully, categorise them into PT levels, includes roads and buses, depending on the frequency, the current frequency level of frequency on it. So I'm wondering how much guidance you can get from determining its classification as rapid transit, if it's based on what we have now kind of criterion.
Yeah, so my view is that it meets that criteria now anyway, but with further investment and growth and so on that corridor, it would certainly meet more than meet that in the future. Just can I just pop back to that question? So section 10.2 of the program business case has an outline program.
I must be looking at a different document. 10.2. This says it's Wellington Rail Program Business Case, but it's sort of Wellington Rail Program Business Case.
July 2022. it's,
22 is the covering letter, so
there's a page.
July 22.
Yeah.
2022.
What page?
So there's a section 10.2 on page 91.
Just take that note down. Only got the
And there's a table following or at the end of that section.
It's the document that I've got July 2022, but it might be a summary document, it might be something else. So we'll just we'll just take your reference and
We'll take a reference. We'll take the document and we'll read it ourselves.
10.
So there's a section 10.2. There's a figure which is actually a table 10.2 as well, which has got a program of activities on it.
Yes, I've got that.
Which line?
What line is
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up from the bottom of that table. It says off-peak service frequencies improvements to 4 trains per hour enabled on all lines.
4 per hour enabled on all lines.
Which, if you look at the timetable across the bottom,
it's
from 2032.
2032
Correct.
until 2051.
My point on that is that it adds to the capacity of that corridor into the future, but is not, in my view, fundamental to confirming it as a rapid transit corridor today.
I get what you're saying there. It's the other point that it's not identified as a growth corridor. It's as a priority.
Can I just follow up too? Is the takeaway from what you said earlier around relative to bus services and things like that, that it's not entirely appropriate to compare its frequency and reliability and all that with other modes of transport? It's got to stand on its own legs, so to speak.
Yeah, my view is that it does need to, and that it does. Really.
The comparison with bus services, as you heard, is not appropriate to make.
I think they need to stand on their own feet as well in terms of the fundamentals of their services and numbers and frequencies.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's it. Ready for Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you. My statement of evidence addresses 3 issues. The first relates to the classification of the Johnsonville rail line as rapid transit for the purposes of implementing the NPSUD. In my view, the definition of rapid transit needs to be viewed within the context of the NPSUD. It's not only a matter of whether it meets some objective standard of rapid transit, but whether it also qualifies in light of the NPSUD's purpose and objectives. Key among these are contributing to well-functioning urban environments, enabling more people to live in areas of high demand, well serviced by public transport, and improving housing affordability by supporting competitive land and development markets. To state it more broadly, the NPS is about removing barriers to housing in good, accessible locations. And location needs to be viewed in the context of the wider Wellington region, not just Wellington City. Providing greater development opportunities on the Johnsonville line reduces the need for dwellings in less accessible parts of the region, not just other parts of Wellington City. The Johnsonville line also meets each of the key aspects of the NPS definition of rapid transit, which has been well covered by the reporting officer and Mark Georgeson. And in my view, the term quick within the definition in particular needs to be viewed in total travel times rather than moving speed. It is notable that travel times on the Johnsonville line are shorter than trips to most of the stations on the Hutt Valley and Kapiti lines that are also required to be intensified under the NPSUD. Secondly, I support the recognition of the regional significance of the Johnsonville Metropolitan Centre as a major live-work hub under the strategic objectives that places it second only to the Wellington CBD in the centre's hierarchy. There are only 2 centres in Wellington City with metropolitan centre status, and the other, Kilbirnie, is much more severely constrained by natural hazards than Johnsonville. My third and final point relates to the walkable catchment of the Johnsonville Metropolitan Centre for implementing the intensification requirements of the NPSUD. Given the sub-regional significance of the Johnsonville Centre and the range of services and amenities it is able to provide, it is important to provide for a commensurate level of development. Now, according to the MFE guidance on implementing the NPS, 800 metres should be considered a starting point for a walkable catchment. The draw of certain amenities will influence how far people are willing to walk to access them and is likely to influence the size of a walkable catchment. Accordingly, while I support the notified zoning of high-density residential in Johnsonville as a minimum, I also consider it appropriate to provide for a walkable catchment within 15 minutes of the centre, noting that the council's proposed 10-minute catchment is significantly less than 800 metres as it takes into account various constraints such as hills. Thank you.
Initial question from me, Jeffries, your 4.5D, consistent with other councils. Well, the Jayville line isn't in other councils, it's only in Wellington. The Hutt and the Kapiti line operate more frequently and are a lot faster across the ground. So what is the relevance of what other councils are doing for other lines?
Well, all other rail stations on the suburban network are included. Yeah, I guess the Johnsonville line has unique factors, but there is another line that is constrained in a way, and that's the Melling line. That is included. But yeah, it's not exactly the same. They all have different features, these lines. But the Wellington rail network is pretty limited. There's only 4 lines. It's one of 4. All others are included.
Another rhetorical question. If it's a question of time, how fast, how much total time it takes to make the distance, does that mean the cable car, which is going a much shorter distance and might not be a lot slower in terms of vertical elevation, does that mean that's rapid transit too?
I haven't turned my mind to that, but I think you could make it a case that it is.
And lastly, a question I've asked other people, and you may want to seek council's assistance. What weight can we put on MFE guidelines interpreting the NPSUD after the event? I'm very aware that there have been some pretty pungent comments from the Environment Court, or 2 divisions of the Environment Court that I'm aware of, that we should give MFE guidelines absolutely 0 weight.
The guidelines aren't decisive, but they are something that adds to the information we have. Yeah, but it is the NPSUD, the words of the policy statement itself, that we need to follow, and those are also clear on this issue.
Any other questions for Mr. Jeffries? David?
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. Look, I'm not going to canvass a lot of the material that's already been discussed this morning with the preceding witness, Mr. Georgeson. But I've got one question in relation to page 3 of your statement of evidence. And just before I ask that question, I wasn't able to tell whether you had prepared the submission from your client or whether you came in after the submission had been prepared.
I did assist on preparing that submission.
Okay. So my question relates to, you quote on that page 3, you quote from the submission, and in that last, second last paragraph, beginning Greater Wellington, you say, the submission says Greater Wellington have classified the Johnsonville Railway Line as rapid transport for the purposes of implementing policy 3 of the NPSUD. And my question is, what document does Greater Wellington Regional Council undertake that task that you've described?
I believe they provided a letter that was, and that was included with the section 32. I may need to confirm that afterwards.
Okay. What I'm trying to understand is whether that letter or whatever that document is, and I wasn't aware it was a letter, whether it addressed the criteria within the definition of rapid transit service, or whether it relied on the listing of the Johnsonville line in the regional document as a rapid transit service.
I'm unable to answer that currently, but I could check that and get back to you. I think it was clear that it was that they considered it rapid transit for the purpose of implementing the NPSUD.
I don't think you need to. It's attached to the section 42A report. We can read it ourselves.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to understand is the degree of forensic analysis that Greater Wellington undertook in relation to the definition of rapid transit service in providing that. But I'm guessing from what you've said, you can't assist us with that.
Well, again, it's not a factor that's decisive on its own, but it's another piece of information that adds to the bigger picture of making this rapid transit, classifying it as rapid transit. And I think it is significant coming from the regional council, that they're the infrastructure owner, and they're also have responsibilities for regional planning.
Yes, I guess it's significant if they have addressed the criteria, which is different to merely listing the line in one of the regional documents as being rapid transport. The two could be based on different levels of analysis, presumably.
I can't really comment on that, but I think that it has been addressed well by the reporting officer for Wellington City and Mark Georgeson. So I think we do have a good evidence base for that. Okay.
You're relying in part on the evidence of Mr. Georgeson to reach your conclusions, aren't you?
That's right.
Yes. Other witnesses, other transportation witnesses like Mr. Wignall, have given a contrary view to Mr. Georgeson. How have you dealt with that disparity?
I have read those. Yeah, I disagree with the findings. Obviously, that Mark Georgeson's evidence provides evidence of it meeting the criteria in a technical sense, but I think it's not strictly a technical question. As I've stated, it is about interpreting it in light of the NPSUD and its purpose and objectives.
Yes, and you earlier said it, and I wrote down the quotes, the words of the NPSUD that are determinative in determining these matters.
That's right.
Yes. Okay. The other witness that we've heard from on the Johnsonville line has been the planning and transportation witness for Waka Kotahi, Mr. Cribbins, I think it was. Yep. Yes. Under questioning, he was of the view that the existing line doesn't qualify, and he had some doubts about whether it would qualify in a planned sense also. Have you read his evidence at all? Or have you seen the transcript or the audio from his presentation?
I have not, sorry.
Okay, well, make it difficult for me to ask you questions about that then. Okay, it's there's just another contrary view, and I'm just making you aware of that.
Sure.
That was all from me, Trevor.
I think that's it from us. We have some, I think, got to the bottom of the fact, and Commissioner Black was looking at the same document, but I think for the sake of good order, if you could supply a copy of that with the relevant pieces highlighted or a note over the top with specific references to make sure that we are looking at the same thing that Mr. Georgeson was looking at, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Would you also like us to just provide just the speaking notes?
Yes, please.
Of Mr. Georgeson and Mr. Jeffries?
That would be helpful as well. Thank you very much to this.
Thank you. Thank you, panel.
Thank you. Appreciate your time and consideration.
Mr. Foster. Have your briefing page. I'm pleased to see you're following the rules of the letter. You're right at the bottom of the third page.
it was an editing process of getting it down to about 7.
Please proceed.
Right, this is on.
First of all, green.
Yeah. Good. Right. Okay. Well, first of all, I think you know who I am, Andy Foster. I'm appearing supporting Orca, and from October of 1992 until October 2022. So for 30 years, I was a council elected member, including being mayor for the last 3 years. During that period, I chaired a lot of committees, worked with some of you in that process, and I was generally responsible for transport, for urban planning, which are 2 key issues in front of you, also for infrastructure, likewise a key issue, and overall city strategy. I was intimately involved in the development of the current operative district plan, including being a member of or chairing many of the subject area hearings and the special subcommittee tasked with resolving appeals once we got through the hearings process. I was equally involved in most of the 94 plan changes and variations to the operative district plan. And I've also been involved in the spatial plan and in the proposed district plan until its notification. If I can make an overall characterisation of the 2 plans, I would say that the operative district plan is carefully considered. It's a finer grained document, particularly after 94 sets of changes, focused on urban design quality and the protection of important character with densification in targeted areas. I characterise the PDP as being a more generic document, and its development was much more political. And that was both at a central government level and a local government level. The PDP's development was focused on community and council debate around a smaller number of important headline issues, rather than getting into the detail. It was also subject to changes from central government, a new template, the MPSUD and the RMA Enabling Housing Supply Act. In terms of phasing growth, the MPSUD requires councils to show provision for growth in short, medium and long terms. The council originally intended to do exactly this, but the PDP really doesn't address phasing. Council intended initially to focus on Tawa, Johnsonville, the central city and the proposed MRT route until Let's Get Wellington moving. In almost every part of the city, some element or other of infrastructure is inadequate in terms of capacity for, it's adequate in terms of capacity for current population, but not for significant growth. New citywide capacity investment all at once for all parts of the city will be astronomically expensive and very poor resource use. I mean, you might end up with a situation where you invest a large amount of money in infrastructure in an area which never gets developed, or you invest, across the board and you're carrying all those costs for a long period of time. Some areas are relatively cheap to develop and others are very expensive, and that was the reason we were looking at phasing. Wellington Water is undertaking ongoing work on this matter, and we'd recommend that you as commissioners obtain details on these costings and consider this as a strategic issue and how best to address phasing in the district plan. And I understand that officers are thinking that will be done simply through the consenting process that says, well, look, if you're short of capacity in a particular area, so you've got to provide wastewater detention systems, maybe you could do that, but it's something that would need to be really robust. Growth expectations of capacity. There have been a lot of focus on predictions of 50 to 80,000 more people in 30 years' time. Now, I think you would all understand, you've probably heard that predicted growth has fallen because of COVID, lower migration, regional displacement. People are choosing to go to places which are less expensive, and also possibly working from home, which is taking obviously a lot of people out of the central city. If you don't need to come into the central city, being close to it becomes less important. Wellington was the fastest growing part of the region in the early part of the 21st century. It's now almost the slowest. Infometrics says Wellington City's population grew every single year between 1996 and 2020 at an average of 1.17% per annum. But in the last 2 years, the population's actually fallen, according to Infometrics, from 216,500 in 2020 to 215,400, which is minus 0.5% in 2021, and 213,100 in 2022. And look, I accept that there are all sorts of different measures of population, but I'm using consistent basis for these things. Meanwhile, the national population rose by 0.4 and 0.2% respectively in those 2 years, even through COVID. And I've given you the link there. Theoretical capacity, I'm sure you've heard, is based on many constantly changing dynamics, and it's enormously greater than what is actually required because only some of that district plan enabled capacity will be realised. We'd encourage commissioners to obtain updated forecasts of population and to test the assumptions behind those forecasts, and that's particularly around the realisation rates. The market, we all know, has changed enormously over the last 2 years, from rapid increases in house prices to rapid falls, led by the Wellington region. The Wellington region's had actually the largest falls in house prices in the country in the last year or so. For example, between assessments taken in 2021 and 2022, the theoretical capacity enabled by the PDP roughly halved, not because of anything to do with land use or planning, but as a result of increasing interest rates and falling house prices. It's changed the economics of development. Small wonder that many building projects are being shelved. And actually, I read this morning an article where economists assessed it now to be markedly cheaper to rent than to own in all of our major cities on a per week basis. I think it was close to $300 in Wellington, cheaper to rent than to own a property at the moment if you were borrowing. They assessed it on an 80% debt basis. The cost of building continues to rise while the price at which you can sell it is falling. We'd also like you to consider the importance of active involvement in delivery, for example, through the use of an urban development agency or engaging the powers and engagement responsibilities available through a Kāinga Ora under the Urban Development Act 2020, and that will become particularly important as you go through this process because KO has made some fairly sweeping submissions, which I understand they've made effectively the same submission right across the country, wanting a very much a laissez-faire approach. Yet they've got powers to do things which nobody else has got, and I think you really need to give some consideration and question them closely on that. Obviously, though, if you are actively involved in delivery, you are going to deliver a much greater number of dwellings out of that theoretical capacity than if you are simply passive and just do district plan. So we'd encourage commissioners to ask officers to provide updated forecasts of population and the assumptions behind those forecasts, including realisation rates, migration trends and displacement. Now turning to the Johnsonville line and rapid transit definition. It was interesting listening to the discussion you've just had. There'll be very significant intensification along the Johnsonville line regardless, and that's as a result of the RMA Enabling Housing Supply Act and the town and neighbourhood centres in and within the walking catchment distance of Johnsonville Town Centre. However, the decision on whether the Johnsonville line itself meets the definition of rapid transit is critical for all of those communities along the lines. We submit that you do not actually have an option here. It's actually pretty clear. And I want to take you step by step through the logic and the linked relevant local, regional and national policy documents, starting with the MPSUD, which is the sole reason we're actually having this conversation in the first place. It defines rapid transit, as you well know, as rapid transit service means any existing or planned, frequent, quick, reliable and high capacity public transport service that operates on a permanent route, that's road or rail, and is largely separated from other traffic. What it doesn't do is it does not say that all rail is rapid transit. If it did, they should have said that. In fact, the council I know, because we asked them repeatedly when I was an elected member to MFE, can you actually confirm whether this is or isn't this being Johnsonville line? It would be fair to say they fudged it repeatedly. They really didn't want to give us an answer on that one. It also has no foundation in metrics, which of course is the discussion that we're having here. And the MPSUD rightly links transport and intensification. That was always the council's approach too. We wanted to have a situation where you intensified around those areas where you have really good public transport. And the question really is whether the Johnsonville line does that. And to pick up an issue that Mr. Jeffries raised, the issue is that you can create capacity everywhere, but if you create capacity and you get development in an area which has poorer public transport, a higher proportion of the people are going to choose to use some other alternative, i.e. you're likely to have a more car dependent car dependent development. And I guess you could take his logic to the extreme of saying that the only place you wouldn't develop is you'd look across the region, you find the place that has the worst public transport, and you say, we'll leave that one out. And but you should do it in a cascading basis. Where's the best place? Well, it's probably the places which are closest to the CBD. So the central city obviously is the best place. And the City Council chose Tawa, Johnsonville, Town Centre, the central city, and the proposed mass transit line. Those were the areas that if we were going to phase things, we were going to concentrate on those particular areas. It was interesting also to hear Mr. Jeffries talk about the time it takes you to get. Now, the time it takes you to get to Johnsonville on the Johnsonville line, 23 minutes, would get you to somewhere between Porirua and Parramatta if you were going on the Kapiti line, or to somewhere you just about be pulling into Nainai on the Hutt line. That's a heck of a lot further away, and I would suggest to you the housing is probably going to be a lot cheaper, probably forever, than it is going to be on the Johnsonville line. So I'm not sure that I agree with his logic at all, and I'm not sure that his comparison is a particularly good one. The implicit requirement in the NPSUD is that rapid transit allows for intensification by fulfilling a very high proportion of the catchment population's travel needs. If it fails to do that, it's not doing the job. And if people are choosing to use the car, it's not doing the job. Council officials relied on the adopted Regional Land Transport Plan 2021, which says that the NPSUD introduces a new requirement for Wellington's regional policy statement and the district plans of those cities and districts to enable building heights of at least 6 stories within at least a walkable catchment of current and planned rapid transit stops. This means that rapid transit is identified in the RLTP, has a connection to the land use controls and the regional management, in the Resource Management Act documents. However, whether or not intensification is appropriate around rapid transit stops will be considered as part of each council's district plan process. Now, I was part of the Regional Land Transport Committee at the time. I did note that there were no metrics sitting behind this. In fact, there's a sort of cascade from the One Network framework. And I said to the other members of the committee, not one of whom other than me was a Wellington resident, they're all the mayors of the rest of the region. So it didn't really matter greatly to them, I suspect. And they just went along with the recommendation that this would have an impact in terms of the process, which is exactly what it's doing at the moment. We're having this conversation at the moment. The RLTP also helpfully goes on to say this corresponds with the classification of the class PT1, and that's really important, in Waka Kotahi's One Network framework. The One Network framework provides a common language for the transport system, land use and urban planning. The problem is that in respect of the Johnsonville line, that is now wrong. The One Network framework at that stage was only a draft. The One Network framework indeed provides a common language, but that common language now explicitly, black and white, says that the Johnsonville line is not rapid transit. And I think that you've heard some submissions which are trying to dance around that and pick bits out of it, which I suspect the bit of about 1,000 people per hour, which you've just heard, I think there's probably a typo there. If you look at the table that it comes from, it's probably supposed to be 10, but I suggest you go and ask Waka Kotahi. But even if it was 1,000, it's an and, it's not an or. It's all of those things need to be met, not just that number. And quite clearly, they go on to then say it's not rapid transit. WCC and Wellington Region have not developed any metrics to provide substance to the words rapid transit. However, Auckland Transport, Auckland Council and Waka Kotahi NZTA have done the comprehensive work on rapid transit standards, and I've given you the link there. These have now been adopted by Waka Kotahi and brought into a final One Network framework. The Auckland work distinguishes between rapid transit, frequent transit and wider public transport services. That's a very helpful distinction. The document specifically integrates transport services and urban intensification, so they know exactly what they're doing. This is about transport and land use being integrated. And it clearly understands the link between those two things. It describes in detail the metrics for fast, frequent and high capacity. Fast is described as rapid transit services offer time competitive travel with private vehicles, particularly at peak times. This does not require rapid transit to always be faster than travel by private vehicle. It does mean travel times must be close enough that other advantages of rapid transit, such as reliability, make it a highly attractive option. To achieve this characteristic, rapid transit is generally faster than other PT services through the provision of a dedicated corridor and wider spacing between stops. Frequent includes rapid transit services, form part of the frequent public transport network and therefore operates at frequencies that enable users to turn up and go at most times of the day. And I know you've had discussion about the turn up and go. In other words, you throw the timetable away, and I can go down to the station or the bus stop, and I know that I don't have to worry about it. There'll be one that will turn up soon. 15 minutes does not cut that. It says a true turn up and go frequency should be a minimum of every 10 minutes. And currently, some rapid transit services only achieve this during peak. The RPTP aspires for the entire public transport network to achieve this minimum frequency by 2028. That's the Auckland one, not the Wellington one. The current definition, the RPTP, is at least 15 minutes between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. 7 days a week, not 5 days a week and not just at peak. And high capacity says the combination of high frequency and large vehicles able to carry many people means that rapid transit corridors can move significant numbers of people per hour in a relatively small amount of space. It even helpfully provides examples of what is and is not rapid transit, including the example of a heavy rail service. This is a quote again, a heavy rail service operating a dedicated rail corridor, mainly at peak times, with limited off-peak and weekend services. That's Johnsonville. They're using it obviously for Onehunga, but that is exactly the same as for Johnsonville. And it says, no, this is not rapid transit. For rapid transit to fulfill its role as the backbone of the public transport network, it needs to operate frequently, at all times of day, and not just during the peak. In short, it's clear that not all railway lines are rapid transit. Just like Auckland's Onehunga line, the Johnsonville line does not meet the metrics of fast, of frequent, or probably of high capacity. So let's take Johnsonville. Fast. The train timetable Johnsonville to City is scheduled for 23 minutes, while homeward at peak it is 28. The line is slow, it's tight, and it's steep for a railway line. It's delightful, I love it, but it is slow, tight, and steep. The bus service Johnsonville to City is scheduled for 15 to 16 minutes off peak, up to a maximum of 23 minutes at peak city bound. So at peak times, it's even Stevens from Johnsonville. Off peak, the bus wins. And if you look at the intermediate stops, it's broadly similar. Sometimes the rail wins, sometimes the bus wins at peak. And then the bus. Sorry, where did I get to? I'll leave those there just to say that the railway is clearly not fast in terms of the alternatives in terms of public transport. Frequent is defined as at least a minimum of 15-minute frequency for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Johnsonville line runs 15-minute frequency only from 6:30 to 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. 5 days a week. It's undoubtedly does that because it's not economic to do it at any other time to meet the one network minimum frequency test. And finally, I've made some comments there about high capacity. I think the one that I really wanted to pick up there on is it fails the MPSUD test. The development capacity is infrastructure ready only if, and I pick up a few different things. In the short term, you've actually got it there. In the medium term, so it's up to your 10 years, you've identified the funding, I've either identified it and the funding is there, or in the longer term, you've identified it in the local authority's infrastructure strategy as part of its MPSUD. Now, I think you're really embarking on some pretty wishful thinking, as I think we've just heard, about saying that funding in a material way is there for the Johnsonville line in any shape or form for in the Regional Land Transport Committee, Regional Land Transport Strategy. And finally, these principles are now adopted into the One Network framework, and I think this is where it's absolutely conclusive. The One Network framework public transport section on page 20 provides a detailed step-by-step approach, and I've taken only bits of it there because otherwise I would have exceeded my 3 pages. 2B says that if services operate throughout the day, i.e. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m, 7 days a week, but with less than 4 services an hour, and on average along the road or the route, it is classed as PT4. That's Johnsonville. If services operate throughout the day with at least 4 services per hour on average, then what you do is you take a second filter, and they give the PT1, PT2, PT3, and the first part of that is in A there, if services operate on a dedicated corridor and meet the standards of rapid transit services as outlined in the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. So there's a very, very clear link there, which you cannot go past. Then it is classed as PT1. And then it goes on to say Hutt, Kapiti, and then those Auckland lines are PT1. Hutt, Kapiti are PT1. Dedicated because they generally provide a frequent services averaging around 4 trains per hour across the day on a dedicated rail corridor and have been classified as such in the NPSUD. Johnsonville line and Onehunga branch line are PT4. Secondary because they have less than 4 services per hour on the corridor. I don't think it is open to you to choose from the words that people are trying to. I think it is wishful thinking for anybody saying under the one network framework, which is intimately tied to the NPSUD, I don't think it's open to you to say that Johnsonville is a rapid transit line. If there was clear intent to invest a very large amount of money in new passing bays and increasing the capacity and all those other things, then you might get there, but there isn't. And it's not in the Regional Council's long-term strategy. You can see it clearly identifies an increase in capacity and the number of services for the Hutt and for Kapiti. It does not do that for Johnsonville. So there is a clear, logical, metric-based framework that the Johnsonville line is explicitly not rapid transit. You've got the step-by-step to get to that point. It is PT4. It provides a lower level of service than is required to meet the standards of PT1 rapid transit, which is the standard necessary for the NPSUD intensification requirements. As I said, there are no plans or funding to upgrade the Johnsonville line to meet those PT1 standards. Reason is it would be uneconomic to do so. And if I go back to that whole thing about infrastructure provision, what you don't want to do is put yourself on a course as a city or a region where you're having to provide a very, very expensive infrastructure, whether it's rail, whether it's road, whether it's three waters, to support growth. You want to go for the places where it is the cheapest and the most economic to do so. It's my submission that commissioners cannot conclude that the Johnsonville line is rapid transit. The only assessment tool in New Zealand for this purpose, explicitly linked to the NPSUD, says it is not rapid transit. So look, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for considering these important matters. And I've got to say, I wish you all very well. I've been there and done that, and I don't. Well, look, it's an enjoyable and challenging process. So I wish you well with it.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Any questions from the team?
Thanks, Mr. Foster. 2 questions from me. Can you just explain your understanding of the functional relationship between the Regional Land Transport Plan and the ONF, assuming there is one?
Well, I mean, it's clearly set out in black and white that the Regional Land Transport Policy, or the plan, is based on and relies on the One Network framework. And this was part of the argument which we had all the way along.
When you say relies on, it relies on for implementation, or?
It relies on it for definition. For implementation, I mean, it's obviously down to the Regional Council and to make decisions to submit those to Waka Kotahi and say, look, we think that it's really important that you invest in the upgrade of the Johnsonville line. They haven't done that. But the definition is very clear, and that was part of the argument we've had all the way along, that there'll be some people said, look, it's a rail line. It's in the Regional Land Transport document. It must be. And others have said, well, but what is fast, frequent, and high capacity? And where is the metric that sits behind it? And it goes, you can sort of cascade it back through a number of documents which are all relying on each other like a pack of cards, and got back to the One Network framework. Now, once the One Network framework is actually ultimately determined and says in black and white, it is not a rapid transit service, I don't think that leaves the it leaves the pack of cards that in that definition in the Regional Land Transport Committee is taken away from it.
Yes,
it falls over.
The Regional Land Transport Plan is produced under the Land Transport Management Act, I believe.
Yes, I think you're right. Yep.
Yes. What about the One Network framework? What legislation is that produced under?
That's a very good question. I know its origins originally had nothing to do with public transport or land use. I think they've been shoehorned in somewhat later on. It was about trying to make sure it came out of the Roading Efficiency Group, which was part of both the local government and NCTA Waka Kotahi. So whether it's certainly come out of a land transport management basis in trying to make as best a use as possible out of the limited resources that are available.
Yes. Okay, thank you. The second question is, you clearly make a passionate case for the Johnsonville line not being part of the rapid transit system, as it exists currently, the UDS helpfully refers to both existing and planned when determining that question. And in terms of planned, it refers solely to the Regional Land Transport Plan. It doesn't provide any particular metric or date in relation to that. We understand that that plan is going to be reviewed a couple of years. The current plan is a 2021 to 2024 iteration. So presumably there'll be another iteration in a couple of years' time for the next 3 years or whatever. Does the concept of planned extend to future iterations of the LTP in your view?
I think there's a number of different parts of the answer. First of all, I hope my advocacy was not passionate, but based on logic and a step-by-step approach, because I think that's possibly what's been lacking in some of the in some of the submissions that have been made, which I think are a bit more in the wishful thinking category. I'd probably say it's in the same basket there. So if you step through the NPSUD talks about the different sorts of level of infrastructure. You've got it planned and it's funded. You've got consented, so you're starting going through those, or you've got some provision for it in a long-term plan or document. Well, at the moment, the RLTP, which is the long-term plan for public transport for the region, or for transport for the region, does not include that. You can't invent it in. Now, if the regional council and the collective councils of the region were to do that, and remember, it's the collective councils of the region too. Johnsonville, with the greatest respect to the good folks of Upper Hutt or Kapiti or wherever, is probably not high on their priority list. You look at all the other challenges that there are in terms of funding, not just locally but nationally. Cyclone Gabrielle won't have helped that one iota. You've got debate about whether light rail does or doesn't happen in both Wellington and Auckland. I think you're going to find there is intense pressure on funding for transport full stop across the whole country. And it takes a long time. I know this because I sat on regional transport committees for decades now. It takes a long time for something to get into the mix. It is not going to pop out of the woodwork.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm not sure that it answers my question though.
You mean, could it theoretically come in? Yes, but you're required to do something that's a bit more than theoretical. If you ask me to place a bet on it, I go 99 to 1 against.
Let me rephrase the question. Are we required to make a call on that planned component based on what's in the current RLTP?
I think the NPSUD is fairly clear on that. You can't invent a future plan that doesn't exist. I mean, if we wanted to do that, we could do anything we liked. I mean, we could decide, we've got a rail line. Where do you want a new rail line? I think there are some people, I think it's in the same category as extending the Johnsonville line back to its original thing, where it was the historic Wellington to Manawatu railway line, which used to go on a trestle across Seaton, Nossiter Park, through the back of Newlands. It's not going to happen.
Okay, and just finally, in terms of establishing the nexus between different documents, we talked about the relationship between the RLTP and the ONF. What's your understanding of the relationship between the RLTP and the business program and case document? I may not have got the wording of that right, but I think you know the document.
Sorry, the business program and case for any individual components within it. Yeah. So there'll be business cases for any component within the regional transport plan. And obviously, you don't have a business case, you're never going to get funding for it. So ultimately, your plan is you've got to have some idea of something that's going to be viable or not viable.
Yes.
So a lot of things will fall out.
So does
right at the beginning, but and then you work out what are the priorities. There is a fair bit of debate that goes on around the table between the different mayors and different agencies about what gets to the top and what doesn't.
Yes.
And then obviously it has to go through a business case, and not everything that the region will put up, because the regions are competing with each other as well.
Yes.
So not everything the region puts up gets funding through Whakakatāi either.
Yes. I'm obviously thinking of the rail program business case July 2022, which the previous submitter referred to.
Yeah.
In your view, is that an extension of the RLTP, or is it?
Yeah, I think really it is. I think the other thing to say is that there's clearly some challenges and frustrations from the region getting the things that they really want, the things which are at the top of the tree, whether it's the links to Palmerston, the links to the Wairarapa in terms of rolling stock, etc. Some of the upgrade programs on those major lines, I think those are the priorities. and that they are finding that hard to get. So the chances again that Johnsonville suddenly leaps out of the, out of the woodwork and sort of gets funding from anybody is remote.
Okay, thank you.
I just say, for us to determine whether Johnsonville line is a rapid transit service is a bit like playing pinball, the old-fashioned pinball machine, because every time we get struck from one direction, we get bounced in another. And I'll give you an example. Regional Land Transport Plan says the rapid transit network and services for the Wellington region comprise the Kapiti, Hutt, Malling and Johnsonville rail lines. And that's repeated in the regional public transport plan as well. There's a bit of a loop there. So it's you see what I mean in terms of trying to make that call. There's sort of a counter argument too in terms of it being defined that way.
Yeah, but look, that's exactly what I addressed when in my evidence there. Because if I go to the words that I've got there, it says that the I've quoted there the regional land the MPSUD. So from the RLTP, that's as adopted. The MPSUD introduces a new requirement for Wellington's regional policy statement and district plans, and that means it covers all of those railway lines. And what it also says, though, is this corresponds with the classification of Class PT1 in Wakakatahi's One Network framework. The problem then is if it is not, if Johnsonville is explicitly not Class PT1, it's not, it's PT4, you've just chopped the bottom of that house of cards, it's fallen down. So the regional, the RLTP has got no choice but to go back and change that. It either says the One Network framework is irrelevant, in which case you go back to it and say, well, so what are you basing it on? Is it just a rail line? Well, we know that MFE have not clarified that it's just a rail line. We know the minister didn't say that when he released the MPSUD, because if he had said it, wanted it to be every rail line, he'd have said so. Didn't do that. It leaves nowhere to go. So basically, you're just people hanging out saying, Johnsonville is a railway line, therefore it must be. That's not good enough. It's got to be based on metrics. The metric is quite clear. It's fast, frequent, reliable. They're all defined. And it is set out in the One Network framework. And the One Network framework is quite explicit. It is not PT1.
Would the mention of Johnsonville as a rapid transit system in the RLTP, would that have had the benefit of the definition of rapid transit service from the UDS when it was produced?
It was basically
the timing.
Yes.
Enable that.
Yep. So the MPSUD was there. It's got all those words there about fast, frequent, reliable, etc.
Was in what, May 2020?
August 2020.
Yes.
And the
when was the RLTP?
2021. It's approved in mid 2021. Okay. So yes, it had that there. It knew what that was, and that's, as I said, that's what the debate was about. The debate was about, is the Johnsonville line fast, frequent, reliable? Look, if it was fast, frequent, and reliable, we wouldn't have had the debate. It would have been, yeah, cool. But a lot of people said, well, actually, it's really slow. It's slower than the bus. Its frequency is not flash, and its capacity isn't great either. So really, is there a metric there that's based on this? And I think there was some comment that was made by the previous submitter saying it's not strictly a technical question. Well, I hope they're never umpiring, a tennis match or a cricket match, because you hit the ball or you didn't hit the ball. You put it out or you didn't put it out. It's out.
Yeah. Sorry, Robert, I jumped in.
No, that's all right.
I guess just to finish that, and this is purely speculation, but I've got to ask it, why does the RLTP say that the Johnsonville line is a rapid transit service?
Wishful thinking. It's no more. It's that's the conversation we had. And just the answer was simply it's a railway line. It's based on all this cascade of a few documents, which ultimately leads you back to the One Network framework. One Network framework doesn't say that anymore. It's now clarified it because they did the work to define what fast, frequent, reliable, etc. meant. I put a metric behind it and then said, actually, that one doesn't stack up.
Though, does the time frame between the UDS being produced and the RLTP enable the authors of the RLTP to address their mind to the definition of what?
At the time, if they had been more flexible, yes, it would have done, because they would have gone, you're right, we haven't got a metric there, we need to get a metric. They'd have done what Auckland did. They didn't do it. And that's what should have been done. So Auckland did do that, and that's then cascade that's quite a lengthy document. Clearly links public transport and intensification. So very thoughtfully done. And it takes you through that process. And as I said in my evidence there, it says not all rail is rapid transit.
Presumably Parliament could have defined the definition of RTS to include any line included in an RLTP.
Well, that would have been a beautifully circular argument, because that meant you could choose whatever you liked. It would have made the RLTP discussion would have been a political, or is it or isn't it? You know, that they didn't do that. And I might also make the point, it wasn't actually Parliament that put the MPSUD, of course.
Well, yes, the central government, I should say.
Central government, yeah.
Sorry, Robert.
If it had been Parliament, it would have been a very interesting process, because you'd have had some fairly intense submissions on exactly some of those matters, particularly around the 6th story. I'm absolutely sure people didn't get the chance to do that.
Just got just one quick question, because I'm standing between lunchtime and the commissioner's long morning.
To get trampled underfoot.
So I just want to tell you now, there's no numbers on your handout, but if we go to the 1, 2, 3, the 4th paragraph down on page 2, where you've got the link there to the rapid transport assessments, which begins with fyi.org, that link that's in that page. If I
that's right, yep, got it,
yeah. So if I go to that link on page 29 of that report, it makes the comment, none of the existing routes that make up Auckland's current rapid transport network meet the definition of rapid transport.
Yes.
So, and they give a table there to kind of say green light, red light, orange light.
Yep.
And what they go on to state is that there is, just because none of them meet the test of being a rapid transport, meet the 4 criteria of rapid transport, the intent is that strategically they have a desire, that's their benchmark that they will then use to springboard off. My question is, if that report that you referenced makes the comment that nothing in Auckland is rapid transport, or meets the definition, of or criteria of rapid transport, would that then make the case that Johnsonville could fit into the definition, even if it doesn't meet the test?
I think the key point they're making there is that one about timetable. I was throw the timetable away because there's going to be the service is frequent enough. It's 10 minutes or less. I think the difference is that there's clear intent there for for Auckland to do that, and they are proposing investment obviously behind that. Now I don't know all of the details about that, but what it still does, that table still has Onehunga with a big red mark saying that doesn't cut the mustard. That's the one that's the similarity. So if the Wellington regional transport plan included investment to get a frequent service, etc., which we've already covered, for Johnsonville, you go, yeah, sure. But the definition, but in the MPSUD, it is quite explicit. It says you've actually got to have either got it already, planned it and funded it, or intend to fund it. None of those are true. So you can't get it across the line through that sort of. I guess hopefully it'll turn up one day. That's not enough.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that's it from us.
Thank you very much. I wish you well and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you very much. And yes, I'm sure we'll have a fun time figuring this out. Adjourn back at 1:30. Thank you. We'll resume the hearing. We have the representatives of Wellington International Airport. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mr. Chair, I will do the introductions if you like, and just let you know who's here. I'll start. So I'm joined on immediately by Ms. Jenna Rayburn, who's the GM of Affairs at Wellington Airport, and you should have a brief of evidence from Jenna.
Good.
Good.
Which we've read.
And I think you might have met Jo Lester, the airport planning manager, already, maybe last week. I wasn't here last week, but she was. Jo hasn't produced evidence for this phase of the hearing, but is here to assist with any airport related questions you might have. And I'm John Kyle. I'm a planning advisor to Wellington Airport. I'm an consultant. I've been before many of you before on airport related things, either here or elsewhere. You should have two briefs of evidence from me. Brief of evidence in chief dealing with this phase of the hearing, and a short brief of evidence in reply. We realise you're running a little behind your schedule. My guess is you'll catch up now, because for the most part, the airport's interest in this part of the plan is quite low key, and there are a few things that you would have picked up from the evidence that made some comments on. Having read the reply of Mr. Cutten days, there are some issues that he some suggestions on, which I'll take you to at the time, which further narrow the issues from. We thought we might just have Ms. Rayburn go first. Do you want her to summarise her evidence, or are you just happy to?
Over to her if she thinks there's anything in particular she wants to draw to our attention, but I thought her evidence was admirably clear myself. But
I think we're happy for the evidence to be taken as read and won't take up more of your time than we need to. The evidence really is just contextual to lay the foundation for what will probably be a large number of further submissions from us over the many hearing streams. Happy to take any questions that you have.
Ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Any more for any more? Well, that was easy. It was certainly fast. As it was evidently clear, I understood exactly what you were saying. Thank you. Mr. Carr.
All right, thank you. That was fast. So if I could just briefly take you to my evidence in chief, and I thought I might just use my exact summary. I'm not going to read that to you, but I might just use it as a guide to identify issues that have concerned the airport, this part of the hearing, and so that summarises my evidence. So at paragraph 3, I just set out those matters where section 42A report has addressed the submission by Weil, and where I have a general level of agreement with these things, and you don't get quite exactly to where you think things should, but it's near enough. And I mentioned at paragraph 4 that those areas where I have a slightly different view to the 42A writer with respect to this phase of the hearing, and take it that you've all read the evidence and don't go through all of the reasons for the areas of disagreement, chapter and verse. But in terms of one or two of the key issues that still remain on the table, I suppose, in terms of I wanted to say to you, paragraph 5, the first point there paragraph 5A, the relief sought by the airport in the city economy, knowledge and prosperity and urban development sections is generally captured by other provisions of this plan. The provisions set out in the strategic assets and infrastructure section are consistent with the outcomes sought in the Greater Wellington Regional Policy Statement, which I'd like to, and that RPS recognises the benefits from regionally significant infrastructure and provide the foundation for the energy infrastructure and transport section of the proposed plan. You'll recall from reading my evidence that the drafting of NE 01 and 03 as amended by the 42A report conflates section 6 and 7 matters and establishes a policy framework that is potentially too rigid, appropriately elevating the resource management response to areas which do not reflect the qualities in section 6 and 7. Now, Mr. McCutcheon has revisited that matter in the light of my evidence, and he and I have gotten quite close to position with respect to those matters, and just comparing his drafting now, he's put to you in his evidence and reply, my drafting. I think there's only one real area where he and I differ. I can take you to page 15 of my statement. It's a paragraph 51, and you see this italicized text where I added some drafting amendments, suggested drafting amendments to that particular objective in order to get away from this conflation issue that I've highlighted. If you compare that with Mr. McCutcheon's work, I think it's at paragraph 52 of his evidence in reply. He's effectively adopted my final suggested paragraph there, which commences the special amenity landscapes, ridgelines and hilltops. I think he's adopted that in full. He suggested that, and I agree with him here, that we don't need to break the first part of the objective into two. And instead, what he's done is he's put the issue of Indigenous biodiversity, he's bundled it with the natural character and outstanding landscape issue. So he's dragged those two together, if I can put it that way. Where he and I differ, he ends that first part of the objective at the word protected, and my words, my version suggests that there are some additional words required in order to bring this into better alignment, section 6 in particular. And you'll see I got from inappropriate subdivision, use and development. Having considered Mr. McCutcheon's evidence and reply, it's my view that words as I have them there are still required. Otherwise, the matter remains conflated.
Are you happy to take questions along the way on that, or?
I'm happy to do it, whichever way you'd like.
Well, if I could go first.
Yes.
Yes. If we go to do that. If you were to, first of all, if you were to have reference to from an appropriate subdivision use and development, does that mean to align with section 6, you would have to separate them out again, since significant significant Indigenous biodiversity is not subject to that qualifier in section 6?
Strictly speaking, yes, and that's why I did separate them out. But there may be an area of middle ground achieved. If you accept Mr. McCutcheon's concern that splitting this into 3 is undesirable.
And secondly, if you adopt the interpretation of the Supreme Court in King Salmon, do the words from an appropriate subdivision use and development add an effective qualifier anyway, because they basically interpreted it to vanishing point.
Well, they did, yeah.
And they are the Supreme Court.
Well, those words have proved to be problematic in terms of interpretation, but I don't think there's any getting around other words from section 6.
Well, I suppose as interpreted by King Salmon, do they add anything?
Sorry, what was that?
As interpreted by King Salmon, do they add anything in actual fact?
Let me put it this way: if they're not there, then that objective is quite open and all encompassing. And where does that lead in terms of, do take a King Salmon type interpretive approach to find these things at the time of, say, a resource consent? Where does that lead you? I think the danger is there's very broadly, this is a danger with all strategic objectives. Termed objectives can be taken to mean up things that were possibly never intended with them.
Suppose the thrust of my question is the qualification that they provide illusory because they don't mean what they appear to say, or at least the Supreme Court's told us they don't mean what they appear to say.
You can certainly form that view in the examine interpretation.
Same question really, Mr. Cole, but from a slightly different perspective. Presumably you've taken guidance from the fact that one limb of section 6 dealing with matters of national importance does have those qualifications and another doesn't, and that in a purist we'll just separate out those objectives to reflect that.
Yeah, which is why I drafted the way that.
Does the regional policy statement provide any guidance? I know it's one step up. It's not going to the Act itself, but it's the next higher level document. Does that assist in the wording?
I couldn't be sure about that. I didn't go back and take a look at that specifically in the light of this. My general recollection, though, is there are a bunch of objectives and policies that deal with these particular values, of course.
Have you looked at the proposed change 1 to the regional plan and policy statement?
Yes.
Yeah, RPS, I should say. Does that revisit this matter in any way?
I don't think it does.
Okay. I'm interested in what you talked about, the middle ground. I mean, wouldn't that just add to the conflating of the two? Said there might be a middle ground between not having two separate objectives and perhaps nuancing the wording into a single objective.
I guess what I had in mind there is you'd just add another part in the same paragraph, but it would still be effectively separate in order to be more specific around the significant.
So some wordsmithing.
Yeah, but in effect, whether there was a gap between the two paragraphs or not, it's semantic point.
So you maintain your view that those words need to be there in relation to the relevant section 6 matter.
They are more faithful to section 6 than the current.
They're more appropriate to have those words.
Certainly there's, I think Mr. Cutten used the word parrot, which I quite liked. But there's no need to parrot section 6, but by the same token, you shouldn't have a plan that completely misinterprets those matters either.
Have you looked below these objectives in terms, I mean, these are strategic objectives. Presumably there are objectives in the coastal environment that are relevant.
Yes.
How do they equate to the strategic objective? What sort of language are they using to give effect to that?
That is variable. I've identified issues within the community to the airport that they make submissions on those, and no doubt will come to all that as the year progresses. But yeah, for the most part, they're as you'd expect them to be.
Yeah. The reason I asked that question, I'm not on the coastal environment stream, so and of course we're some distance from receiving the 42A on that.
Yes.
So, okay, that was all from me on that.
I think that's all on EO1. Since we interrupted you.
Thank you, Chair. The other issue that arose submission and I addressed in my evidence relates to SRCC02, which is relates to the buildings and structures in that have a functional or operational need to locate in high hazard environments. And again, I've read Mr. McCutcheon's review of what I say there, and I accept what he says. His view about the objective is it doesn't cover buildings, only structures, and he's interpreted it that way. I feel a little safer that things like sea walls or coastal defence structures will not be captured in some perverse way by someone interpreting SRCC02 in a way that shouldn't be. So the only other issue that arose in my evidence, which I'd like to note, relates to the issue of the definition of reverse sensitivity. Just highlight that because it's an important issue for airports. There appears to be no disagreement between me and the Section 42A writer about having that definition in the plan. 42A report makes some refinements to the definition, which I think are good refinements, and I support those. The only reason I raise this here is that the evidence for Kāinga order doesn't seem to think that such a definition is necessary in the plan, and I set out the reasons to disagree with that.
So is the net effect that NEO1 is, in your mind, the only contested issue?
Depending on whether you agree with the evidence of Mr. Hill for Kāinga order.
As between, you're absolutely right. As between you and the 42A, is that the only contested issue?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, sorry, just for the record, just for the record, just going back to SRCC02, you're saying that there's your position now, there's no need for that to refer to habitable buildings. You're happy with the explanation that paragraph 56 of Mr. McCutcheon and his supplementary that change is no longer required?
Yes.
Okay. I'll record that. Thank you.
Seems to be a lot of silence here. You could clarify one thing for me. I understand you're working on the practical application of the designation construction pipelines for. How much of the city is in practice affected by that designation?
The airspace. Pretty good amount. But
in terms of the potential for buildings to go through the pipe plate.
Well, it's a reasonably significant area on the basis that, as you'll understand, the terrain of Wellington is such that it is, and there are various high points in reasonable proximity to the airport. And already a lot of that terrain penetrates the obstacle junction surface. And if there is then a proposal to build on that, obviously that makes the situation potentially worse in terms of potential penetrations. So yeah, when I compare the OLS here with say Christchurch, which is flat, it has significance in terms of its potential limitation over there. Of course, the OLS designation isn't a new designation, it's in the operative plan as well.
Like, I'm just trying to understand the practical effect of the designation. So for instance, do the areas that are affected include the Johnstonville metropolitan area and the area around it?
Some of that area is included in the takeoff and approach ban, which is some of the most important area.
You say some. Can you be a shade more precise?
The maps in front of me, it's hard to say. So
give me an idea of where you're talking about.
So all the Newlands Ridge, right up through Naranga, going yeah, in towards Johnsonville and the upper reaches of Kintala, Crofton Downs kind of area is our takeoff and approach band. Direction. The hillsides surrounding the airport, so the Miramar Peninsula, a lot of that, the terrain is already penetrating our OLS, similarly to Roseneath Hitaitai area.
I don't know if you saw the Section 42A report around possible changes to the Kilburnie area, metropolitan area. That the airport is generally happy with that because that was put to us as an option we could consider if we thought.
Yeah, the OLS in that area sort of goes up at 1 and 7, so it quickly goes a bit higher over the isthmus of Kilburnie there. So if you think about the outskirts of the airport there where the ZQjet hangar is, that touches the OLS. It doesn't penetrate, it's right, the corner of it hits it. So it kind of keeps going up for a period of time from there, and then it hits the hill, kind of hits the hill and then planes out again.
Just going back to Johnsonville, I realise you're reaching into your memory of what the maps show. You say it comes back from Newlands Ridge towards Johnsonville Shopping Centre. How close does it get to from your recollection? I'll ask you the question and also ask that when you get back to your office and look at the maps, if it's different to what you've told me, come back and tell us. And if it's not different, basically, if we don't hear from you, we'll assume that what you've told us is correct.
The OLS covers pretty much, like if you're looking at it two-dimensionally, it covers pretty much the whole of the city. So depending on where you are, the level of penetrations is going to be. So it depends on the terrain and what their OLS is. So it's it goes out to Porora.
We've just heard from Stride, who were talking about increasing the height limits within the area of the Johnsonville Mall. Do you regard that as problematic in terms of the airport designation?
I do not know, without looking on our GIS, the exact difference between the ground level at Johnsonville and where it penetrates the OLS at that point.
Yes.
But I'd have to look on the system.
We were on a site visit up there and playing that over the top. It seemed to be quite a bit higher than any conceivable building up there, but
yep,
that may have just been that plane on that day in those conditions. But so
I
suppose.
Well, for you, can I just ask that a different way? Why are we not a further submitted to the Stride submission that seeks upzoning at Johnsonville?
That's correct.
Whereas they Stride, whereas Waialaura submitted to Kaingaroa that seeks town centre status at Miramar, I think.
I think that is the case.
Miramar? Yeah, just Miramar, not Kilburnie as well.
That's right.
Yes. So that's what's in front of us.
The reason that Weil hasn't filed a whole bunch of further submissions where people are looking to go higher in given locations, the designation is the designation, and it operates for itself,
yep,
if you like. And
like, I think we understand that. I think like our concern is more to understand the practical implications. If people are asking for height limits that they'll never be able to use because they go through the approach fan, well, that places that tends to colour our view about the relief they're seeking.
Yep.
Some areas might be kind of shielded by surrounding terrain and things like that. That means that we would give permission to go through the OLS, but it's the process that we have to go through to ensure that aircraft can fly safely.
Is that a Section 176 approval?
Yep.
Okay. Is the difference between Well's position on, say, Johnsonville compared to Miramar not necessarily explained by the height plane, but more in terms of the air noise overlay and noise effects? Is that the reason? I'm just trying to understand the difference.
Yeah, that would be a key driver in that location.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm really struggling to understand how qualifying matters have been landed in this plan, and that's not peculiar to Wales' interest. It's across the board. I'm struggling how to understand the natural hazard ones work, how the heritage ones work. And I attended a hearing last year in relation to a retirement village where the MDRS rules weren't live for various reasons. But had they been live, we were told that the natural hazards, in that case flooding rules, would apply as an overlay, and you would have to read the MDRS rules in relation to those natural hazard rules. And so instead of becoming a qualifying matter in terms of saying this area is not subject to MDRS, it became a qualifying matter by saying that in addition, not only do you have to meet the MDRS rules, but you have to meet the floor level rules associated with flooding or surface ponding. So it wasn't knocking MDRS out of the ballpark. It was qualifying them in terms of how they apply through the need for a resource consent under the flooding overlay. Now, we've been told that the approach to heritage is different. I don't know how the approach to air noise overlays works. I mean, presumably it qualifies as a qualifying matter. Whether it becomes a qualifying matter will be subject to other hearings, presumably.
It certainly, I think, qualifies as qualifying matter because Wellington Airport is nationally significant infrastructure, and the air noise tools are a necessary tool to manage land use around regionally applied tool.
Has it been landed as a qualifying matter? You understand the distinction I'm making?
Yeah. So far as I've seen in terms of 42A reporting and the plan drafting, I don't think that's certain.
Yes.
And
did you say in your paragraph 8 or in your rebuttal? Yes, your rebuttal. I couldn't quite understand. You talk about the OLS designation, and then you say partially located within the air noise overlay, a qualifying matter. Were you referring just to the latter? Yeah.
Yes.
A potential qualifying matter.
Depending on where the plan lands.
Yes.
It's currently noted as being a qualifying matter, as I understand it. This is the noise contour.
Yes.
The OLS, not certain about that.
No.
I would suggest though that given it's equally as important as the noise contour from an operational point of view, it should be qualified.
Yep. The note that I'll put in the paragraph is has the area below the air noise corridor been downzoned so that MDRS and high density zones don't apply in the notified plan?
the airport has a whole lot of submissions
seeking
with respect to limiting land use and imposing suitable control in the area subject to the air noise boundary. So at a general level, it would be fair to say that the airport isn't satisfied that the plan properly deals with air noise boundary as a qualifying matter.
And you'll speak to that at a subsequent hearing stream.
Yes, the noise, I think it's down to be heard at the noise stream.
Yes. So just so that I'm clear, if I went to a piece of land underneath the air noise overlay that was zoned residential, MDRS rules would apply as per the notified plan.
At the moment,
yes,
I think there's a potential getaway clause, if I can put it that way, till such time as the panel hears and determines submissions relating to the noise check.
That doesn't quite answer my question though. What's the intention and delivery in terms of the notified plan in relation to medium density residential standard zoning in proximity or underneath the air noise overlay?
It certainly recognises the presence of the air noise boundary, but it doesn't couple that with sufficient land use control.
Yes. Do the two operate side by side, the MDRS rules and the air noise boundary? In that you might be able to build to the 3x3 model, but you need to comply with whatever the rules are in the air noise boundary. Is that the way it works?
All it currently requires is that any residential development, there may be a consent triggered, but the requirement is for insulation.
Okay.
Rather than preclusion.
Yes. Is that a standard? And is that a standard?
The insulation?
Yes.
Matter, yes.
And if you don't comply with it, presumably you trigger to a consent.
Yeah, so you need resource consent for additional residential units, plus you need to insulate.
Yes.
That's as far as it goes, which the airport submission suggests isn't.
I understand, and I'm not trying to lead you at all. I'm just trying to further my understanding of the notified plan vis-a-vis Wellington Airport's position.
Yes.
Because it goes to some of the town centre matters that some of this panel are particularly interested in. Okay, I'm going to leave it there, Trevor, at this point.
Any more, Mr. Cole? Well, thank you, team. Appreciate hearing from you. No doubt we'll see you again.
Thanks. Thanks very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Transpower not due until 2:30, so we. What's this? So we'll adjourn until the Transpower team arrive.
Shutdowns.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. We'll resume the hearing. First. We adjourned until Transpower arrived. We were 2 minutes later. Welcome. And Mr. Campbell, I presume.
Yes.
How would you like to proceed?
Well, we, yeah, as I said, my name's Pauline Whitney, so I'm an independent planning officer. I'm a planner with Boffin-Miskel, so providing evidence on the submission by Transpower. So we just thought today we've got some probably discrete outstanding submission points, so we'll just briefly talk to those. Mr. Campbell will give an overview of just Transpower for the panel's benefit. We appreciate this is probably the first hearing, obviously, and Transpower will be appearing potentially for maybe 3 more hearings, depending how the various submission points are sliced and diced. So we just thought it'd be useful in our evidence to provide a comprehensive overview of Transpower, the organisation, and the submission points, because they all kind of tell the story of the relief sought and the particular issues. So we thought, yeah, Mr. Campbell will provide a 3-minute. Mr. Campbell will provide a 3-minute summary of just a Transpower, and then I'll provide probably a 3 to 4 minute overview of the outstanding points and responding to some of the commentary I've heard during the hearing to date and some of the questioning of the officer. So.
Kia
ora, I'll start with a brief mihi. Kia ora tātou katoa, no Kotorana, ko Tapuna, ko Clan Campbell, tōku iwi, ko Tōmato whenua, Tapuna ko M-Block. I whānau mai e te whenua o Taranaki whānui, ke kone tono o Nahi e, ko Dougal Campbell, tōku ingoa, ke Transpower hau I Mahiana, e kai whakahaere tai ao tōku mahi, no reira tēnā koutou katoa. So I'm Dougal Campbell, I'm the Environmental Manager at Transpower. I anchored back to the Scottish West Highlands a few generations back from a Gaelic village called M-Block, and we migrated here in the 1950s and 60s and settled, moved from South Island up through Christchurch to Blenheim to Hawke's Bay, where the family and our arm has moved down to Wellington, to the Wellington branch of the Clan Campbells. My executive summary covers off who we are as Transpower, so that's probably a very good summary in the sense that in the Appendix 2 shows a visual of our assets in the region. As you can see, it is relatively significant. We've got 13 high voltage lines. High voltage is greater than 110 kV. We actually do have some lower voltages, which is quite unusual for us. But most are 110 and 220 kV. We also have 6 designated substations throughout the region, which provides resilience to the Wellington region against power north. We also have our Cook Strait cables, which are a very important link between North and South Island, which are 500 kV HVDC cables, with the major node being the Hayward substation, converting that back to AC. And the heart of it is all these assets require constant maintenance. They vary in age from the 40s through to the 2000s. They're a mixture of overhead, underground, towers and poles, all of different ages of degradation. And in towers and poles are very much like Meccano, in the sense you can keep rebuilding and replacing component parts and providing extra life to those assets. So recently we have reconducted the Wilton line, which is a staged project. So that means replacing the conductors with new conductors, but to do that you must replace the foundations, refurbish the foundations, upgrade access tracks, trim vegetation, replace culverts, put new bridges in. So there's a whole regime of maintenance works. We're also looking at how we can provide a resilient grid. Wellington Electricity provides the local lines company here. They rely on our substations to step down the voltage to their voltage. As a result, we're doing an investigation currently to look at how can we improve their resilience to the region, which will more than likely look at some sort of zone sub or a substation somewhere. So in a CBD or urban environment or a city environment, we have to factor that in. How do we site these assets? So our intention, our wish is that the MPS is recognised in the district plan. It recognises national grid infrastructure as being nationally significant, and we adopt the recommendations by Pauline. And I can just briefly explain, well, not explain, but give an example of just resilience. Obviously with Cyclone Gabrielle, we've had the Redcliffe substation put out of action in Napier. That was built in the 20s in a flood zone next to the river and was upgraded in the 70s, but the flood banks weren't upgraded. So the flood banks were designed to 110-year return flood, but this was a 500-year flood that happened. So it's been essentially now inoperable. So we are now going through investigation phase. What do we do? Do we replace there on a raised platform? Do we build elsewhere? So that's one area where we've lost transmission towers because of slips. So high erosion prone land up there, steep farm country. One line we lost 3 towers. Up in Northland, we're replacing 3 towers next week because of slips, which are much easier to manage than a substation. And my last thing for resilience is customer projects and a net zero grid pathway, electrification, and how as we move to a decarbonised economy, it means an electrified economy, which means we have to have our assets and increase the amount of electricity that we distribute. And to do that, we're going to have to connect to new customers, which new customers to us are generators, being solar, wind, geothermal, hydro, offshore, and whatever new technology there is. But whatever they build or design, they need to connect to our grid. And that will mean infrastructure being a grid injection point, which is essentially a substation without transformers, or a full substation which has got transformers. It could be T-lines, new connection lines. So quite a variety of different bits of infrastructure. And we have to build where they are. They're the fuel source. We can't determine, we don't build and they come to us, it's the other way around. So district plans and regional plans are a key part of how we do our site selection process. So recognising those factors is important to us. Thank you.
2 questions of interest. The 11 kV line through the underground through Corey Golf Club, did that used to be overground? I played there in the early 90s, and there was a like a single hole traversed one of the holes because I hit a few times.
It's an earth wire for the HVDC line. It goes out to the coast. Yeah, it may well have been overhead. It's been there since HVDC's been there, so since the 60s.
And the other point of general, just, you said that the generation capacity in the region is much lower than local load. What proportion of Greater Wellington load do the West Wind and Mill Creek provide? Like obviously they're fluctuating, but assuming they're assuming a normal Wellington breeze.
I couldn't actually answer that. Depending on yeah, I can't actually answer it. I can find out for you. Out of interest.
No, you just satisfied my curiosity.
Yeah, no. I'm not too sure what the megawatts are.
west wind 70 something and Mill Creek's 26.
Sounds about right. We need more of them.
Last question is saying generation capacity imported either via the HVDC link or from the Central North Island. It doesn't come Taranaki.
Central North Island we have a linking line across to Whakamaru, back through Bunnythorpe. So it goes Bunnythorpe up to Taranaki, Bunnythorpe up to Whakamaru, south of Taupo. So yes, we can, with this generation from Taranaki, yes, it can come south from there as well.
Any other questions for Mr. Campbell?
You mentioned, I might have heard you incorrectly, but you said that you will build the infrastructure to new renewable source generators. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. So it's interesting because I've heard the other way is that new generators will pick sites that are easy to hook into your lines. So yeah, just a comment. Yeah.
It is. You are correct in that regard too. They'll always be with the fuel sources. So solar seems to be a lot more flexible. They can, and so it makes sense for them to be next to our lines. They can drop down straight into their solar farm. Whereas wind and that, or geothermal, or whatever, the fuel source will determine where they are.
Yeah, sure.
And they'll try and be close to one of ours, but like over in the Wairarapa for a wind farm, we'll still have to build a new, relatively large transmission line if a new wind farm goes up there, just to connect.
Yeah, so it depends on the generator, if you like.
What type of fuel it is. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any more?
Thank you. Just by way of context, Transpower had 20 original and 5 further submission points relative to this hearing, and there's only 3 submission points kind of grouped under 2 topics outstanding. So one of probably the more substantive points, which isn't outstanding, but I just thought I'd just briefly comment on why Transpower's accepted the officer's recommendation, relates to the housing. Really in terms of recognising the national grid as a qualifying matter, and then addressing the grid provisions through the ISPP. So Transpower sought it be included in its submission through the process. So I've listened to some of the questioning of the officers and other submitters, and it's an incredibly complex situation. And what I thought I knew, probably maybe I don't know now. It's changing, it's evolving. Anyway, so I've carefully considered the relief sought in the Transpower submission and the officer recommendation and the best way forward in terms of the Transpower point. And after much consideration, as outlined in my evidence, Transpower is no longer seeking the relief sought to rehouse the grid provisions. There's probably 3 key reasons for that. And the first is, it is what it is from a pragmatic point of view and timing. I don't see there's probably an inability to change it. And then links on to the second key reason is my main concern originally was the lack of clear identification of the national grid as a QM. The officers and council have since indicated that they are applying the operative national grid provisions, and on that basis the risk is reduced sufficiently, in my opinion, at this stage in the interim period until the proposed provisions become operative. So I have comfort there. And then the third reason is I am very wary of the practical implications of having some grid provisions as operative under the ISPP and some as proposed, and the differing objectives and policies and so forth. And I note there are quite a few, there's some significant outstanding Transpower provisions we will be seeking in later hearings, particularly the one in March, the infrastructure hearing, which is March next year. So I think from an efficiency and effective point of view, it's easier if all the grid provisions are assessed under one process. So I just thought I'd clarify that. So my position on that housing aspect then does lead to the definitions. And this is one of the outstanding topics in terms of a definition of qualifying matter and qualifying matter area. So I do support the officer recommendation to include a definition of qualifying matter which ties back to section 77I and O of the Act, fully in support of that. but I really do question whether these go further enough to provide clarity and certainty for all plan users. When I've been looking at the submissions and listening to the questioning and presentation submissions on over the last 7 days, it really becomes clear to me that there's some real uncertainty about what are QMs. And in my opinion, having a clear list in the plan would provide certainty to all going forward. I fully appreciate probably QMs are particularly relevant for this interim period in terms of legal effect and so forth, but they also have an ongoing role in terms of those medium residential and high residential policies, both of them numbered P4. And also I note the officer has recommended a reference to qualifying matter areas within the strategic objective UFD03, and also some commentary in the general approach. So they kind of will have an ongoing reference in the plan. And I guess one of the other things that jumped out at me was specific to the grid. There is a list within the introduction to the medium density residential zone in the introductory text, which lists kind of qualifying matters. It's an including list, but it doesn't list the national grid. And I think if I was a plan user going forward, I would not be aware that the national grid was a QM. So I think a definition that is precise, concise, and provides clarity would help plan users. Arguably the national grid, because we're covered quite clearly as a net, we've got an MPS and so forth. Someone would, it might be clearer, but even for other QMs, I think there is a real lack of clarity. So I think it just would assist the plan if it was made clearer. So I do note that there was some questioning to the officer about whether an explanation would be sufficient. My preference would be for a definition, because they're kind of identified as a definition in the plan, so it's readily accessible and not hidden in some general approach or comments. So I think it would just be clearer and more certain, in my opinion, to have a definition. And then also, since I prepared my evidence, Kapiti has released its reporting planners report on the IPI up there. And Kapiti is one of the councils within the Wellington region that has identified a prescriptive list of qualifying matters. They call it qualifying matter areas by memory. So it was qualifying matter. I've summarised it in my evidence. So they had qualifying matter, which listed things like the national grid and other matters. So they didn't just use the RMA definition. And so the officer has recommended that be retained, but that it be renamed identified qualifying matters. So there is kind of a precedent in the Wellington region, and Upper Hutt also has a prescriptive list. So then my final point just relates to strategic objective SRCC01, and I just still support a reference to associated infrastructure within clause 3. I acknowledge the reasoning of the reporting officer and as a supplementary evidence that it relates to REG, but I just think a reference to associated infrastructure would kind of recognise that's required to achieve the REG, and it would just provide a complete package. So, as I said, discrete points really from Transpower to this hearing.
Whitney, I think you might have gone that way to answering my question when I went to your definition of qualifying matter area, saying means a qualifying matter listed below. It says ... And I'm thinking, how can we insert that without knowing what all the others are?
Agree, and that's why the ... it leaves you the scope to include them later. Obviously, you can't. I don't think you're not in a position now to tie those down. The national grid is certain, so my point there is just if there is going to be a definition, include the national grid, and obviously you need to include any other areas on their merits based on the evidence.
The problem with an exhaustive illusory definition is we have to be certain that we have them all. Not certain, we'd be better not have a definition at all, accepting that doesn't solve your problem. But from our point of view, we've got the issue of being
confident that we do have the ball.
Agree, and I guess one of the issues when I was reading the PDP as notified was there was no indication in relation to the national grid at all that it was a QM. So I understand you don't want to tie the list down, but you also, if you're going to have references or have lists other places in the plan, make sure it is correct in terms of the national grid.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Campbell and Ms. Whitney. That's very clear to me. From a strategic objectives point of view, the original submission focused on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strategic objectives. You summarise those in 8.12 new evidence. And with the exception of the outstanding matter that you've talked about in terms of SRCC01, even though the officer hasn't given full effect to your objection, you're relatively happy you're not pursuing those matters, are you?
Correct, yeah, I'm satisfied with all the other objectives. Yeah.
Yes. Have you given, this is a question I've asked to other utility operators like Kiwi Rail, etc. Are you happy that that's not going to limit the pursuit of relief on other chapters of the plan, given that these are the overarching type objectives that that inform those lower order provisions? Have you
Another way. The Commissioner's asking you, are you sure?
Are you sure?
This is the last chance.
Yeah.
You're going to have a flick at those strategic objectives.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. It's been a long day, and it's only 2:30.
Yes, I am. I mean, I mean, it's they are sufficiently broad enough. I think I did when I did consideration whether a specific national grid strategic objective was needed. I note in Porirua proposed district plan, they have one, but the other infrastructure objectives were, I think there's only 3 from memory, so a lot more confined. So in terms of Wellington, I was comfortable the matters, particularly in the NPS, are addressed in those other strategic objectives. In particular, I support the amendment to SCA. It was obviously the main chapter for infrastructure, SCA 06, in terms of the effect of other activities on the grid, and then 5 in terms of recognising the benefits and operational needs and functional
requirements
needs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Some submitters have asked for those sort of matters, particularly operational and functional need, to be replicated across different strategic direction topics. What's your view on that?
I guess it's where you draw the line in terms of, you know, I don't think it would be efficient or effective duplicating everything across everywhere. And I do note the opening introductory paragraph to the strategic directions, that page, purpose and context, says the relevant objectives and policies of the plan, including strategic objectives, are to be considered together and no fixed hierarchy exists between them.
Yes.
So I think that gives me a lot of comfort in not needing to duplicate provisions across multiple strategic objective chapters.
Okay. In his evidence in chief, or might have been his rebuttal, the previous witness, Mr. Kyle, raised a concern about specific, if there's such a thing, the more directive strategic objectives trumping, that was his word, trumping the less specific or less directive ones. Have you given that any thought?
Yeah, I guess I do, but I also read, I mean, a lot of the wording within these is quite general, you know. Yeah.
And very, very general question. This is very much a top-down approach of establishing what the strategic objectives. What's your view on the need or the desirability of looping back and considering whether they are fit for purpose at the end of the process once we've had consideration to the lower order ones?
I would strongly support that, particularly in light of specific to the national grid. Some of the objectives and policies are, in my opinion, deficient in terms of giving effect to the NPS. So I would want to make sure that everything is covered, and so I would definitely support coming back out.
So on the qualifying matters definition, I know it's not a strategic objective, but might we want to revisit that at the end to see whether there are, if we were to of a mind to run with that definition, what might be in the tent?
Yes, I agree. I think you can only do it at the end of the process. I'm certainly not recommending you do it now.
Okay, thank you.
Particularly after hearing 2, I think where a lot of the matters will be raised and addressed.
Just in terms of your paragraph 817 and SRCC01, you've asked for the inclusion of and associated infrastructure. What could you just describe to me what that would entail, what that involves?
So that would be the linkages, as Mr. Campbell outlined, between such as a wind farm, and then if it does need to link into the grid, if it is, you know, some distance away, depending proximity and things like that. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Do those linkages form part of the grid? What point does? Because I've seen diagrams that, well, particularly where there's a T as to whether the line from the back end of the power station to the T is a Transpower line and therefore within the grid, owned by the generator.
There's no hard and fast answer. We need to have a switch to ensure we can turn a generator off if they have issues or voltage stability issues. So to keep the rest of the grid secure, we have to have the ability to turn off that power source. So we own the switch, and everything beyond that to the line is ours. So usually the switch is on within the substation, which is the switch yard. If it's like it's a generator who's only generating electricity, that's called a grid injection point, because only pushing power in, they're not taking it out. Then that would be all the switch gear, which is all your big gantries, which would be predominantly all of ours, with the towers to our towers. But everything back from there to the generator, they might have their own 33 kV lines, 66 kV lines, 110 kV lines, even 220 kV lines. They could be fully owned by them, and they maintain and operate that equipment. We do have an ownership model. We always talk with the customer who owns what, but we have to control of the grid. So the switch gear, anything sits with us, we can let them have that.
Then my understanding of the MPSET is that you don't own it. It's not part of the national grid.
Correct.
Yes. Owned or operated, isn't it? It's
owned or operated, yeah.
You know, Mr. Campbell, if you start an evidence session with the PPR and the mihi, one of the things that does is create a connection. And you and I, as obvious as it is, are probably related because I too am a Campbell. My grandmother was a Campbell from Scotland. And the one thing I learned about that side of my whakapapa is when you're in Scotland, be careful who you tell you're a Campbell. Now, I'm sure you're acutely aware of the reasons that underpin that. I found out the hard way when I was trying to do as you did at the start of your corridor, make connections by taking great pride in telling everyone about my Campbell whakapapa in Scotland, and it didn't end well in a lot of places. But just wanted to acknowledge you for doing that, because it's an important thing that we often look over, is the importance of making that connection as to who you are. And I really appreciated it. And yeah, if we go back far enough, we probably are related. Yeah.
Well, I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cool. That is the end of the Stream 1 hearing. So we'll adjourn
Resumption of streaming. I can't believe it.